Beneath the silence of ancient ruins and the shifting sands of forgotten worlds lies a story older than memory itself. Civilizations long vanished have left behind fragments of their greatness, massive stones cut with impossible precision, megalithic monuments aligned with the stars, and foundations so enduring that even the oceans and jungles have failed to erase them. These structures speak not of chance, but of mastery. And yet, they belong to a time we cannot fully grasp, time before the flood myths told across cultures, when the earth was said to be reshaped by cataclysm. Archaeologists measure, scientists debate, and engineers attempt to reconstruct the methods. But the deeper the search, the stranger the questions become. How did ancient hands lift stones heavier than modern cranes? What knowledge guided their perfect astronomical alignments? And why do echoes of the same myths and symbols appear in places separated by oceans? Tonight, we journey into the enduring mystery of pre-flood structures that remain unsolved to this day, monuments that continue to baffle every scientist on Earth. Step into the shadows of forgotten ages, where stone and silence hold secrets that may yet change our understanding of history. Section 1. The Memory Beneath the Flood. What if this isn't the first time, not the first age, not the first tower, not the first memory? What if history is not a straight line, but a spiral, drowning, rising, forgetting, returning? And we are not the architects. We are the amnesiacs, walking among bones we cannot name, beneath skies that once spoke another language. Before the cities, before the kings, before the gods had names, there was water, not just rain, not just sea, but a flood of forgetting, a baptism in Erasure. It comes back in fragments, in the whispered stories of the Hopi, the drowning gods of Sumer, the sunken realms of the Hindus, the great deluge of Genesis, the storm that swallowed Atlantis. Every ancient culture, across time, across language, remembers a world wiped clean, a humanity reset. But why do we call it myth? Why does the mind recoil when the heart already knows? Because to remember the flood is to remember what came before it, not caves, not chaos, but something ordered, sacred, vast, a world that stood in stone and sang to the stars. The erasure was not just water, it was designed, burial with intention, structures hidden, symbols encoded, a memory smuggled through mud and time. What survives of this age is not clay or scroll, but ruin, and even in ruin they still speak. Pillars that face Orion, temples that echoes solstice, stones cut as if softened by fire. They are too old to fit inside the timeline, and so they are excluded from it. There is no room for them in the official script, no room for a temple before agriculture, no room for astronomy before the wheel, no room for gods who fall from the sky, or metals that should not exist. So the silence grows, sanctioned, sanitized, but the flood cannot drown everything. Some memories resist forgetting, and that is why we begin here, not in Egypt, not in Mesopotamia, not with the Sphinx or the ziggurat. We begin in the water, the memory of the drowning, the inhale before the erasure, because this is not a history lesson. This is memory unearthed. We begin with the oldest question. If we are the survivors, who were the builders, and what did they leave behind? The evidence, like the memory, is scattered. A map not drawn on parchment, but inscribed across continents, in megaliths, in myth, in impossible alignments, in floodplains where cities once stood, now ocean floor. There is a rhythm to it, a pulse in the earth's crust, where the ruins rise off the coast of India. Dwarka, a city drowned in a single night in the jungles of Guatemala, tickle, its pyramid tops just piercing the canopy, as if gasping for memory. In Turkey, Göbekli Tepe, buried on purpose, as if hidden from something. In the Sahara, a perfect spiral, visible only from the stars. And in each of these places, stone, too large, math, too precise, purpose to spiritual, not tools of survival, but monuments of remembrance. They tell us, we were not primitivs, we were poets of geometry, children of resonance, scribes of the sky, and then we were washed away. The flood myths were not metaphors, they were memoirs, echoes passed through bloodlines, etched into bone memory, whispered from grandmother to child, through firelight and silence. The Maori spoke of Teitai o Ruatapu, the flood that swallowed lands and stars. The Chinese spoke of Gunyu, a great flood that lasted generations. The Maya told of 4 suns, 4 ages of man, each ending in fire, wind, jaguar, and finally, flood. And in all these stories, warning, penance, the gods returning, not abstract deities, but beings named, feared, remembered. They came once, they judged, and they left behind watchers in stone, in song, in seed. But we, the moderns, do not listen to stone. We see erosion, we measure carbon, we file it under anomaly. Because to admit the age of these structures is to admit that we do not understand our own origin. It is to confess that history did not begin. It, REBOOTED, once, not twice, but in cycles, flood, fire, ash, silence, then the rise again. We call the survivors cavemen, but what if they were the inheritors, the last keepers of a ruined age, the flicker of a long-dead sun, holding onto knowledge the way a mother clutches a child in the storm. There is grief beneath the flood, but there is also awe because something was remembered, a symbol, a stone, a song. They left it for us, not to recreate, but to awaken, to look at the stars again and remember, to feel the ancient hum beneath our feet, to ask not what they built, but why, not how they vanished, but who wanted us to forget. Because there are forces that feed on amnesia, and there are truths that do not survive the library, but do survive the temple, the bloodline, the myth. We are taught to begin with the river Nile, but the memory begins with the flood itself. A wave that did not just erase, but baptized, and what emerged after was not the first human. It was the last whisper of a greater one. We are not the pinnacle. We are the debris. But even debris remembers the fire it once held, so we listen to the sea, to the stone, to the silence between the stars, and in that silence we hear them, not ghosts, not gods, but echoes of ourselves before forgetting. Maybe the ruins are not dead things. Maybe they are mirrors, and maybe we are not discovering them. Maybe they are remembering us. Then let us return to the flood, to the silence, to the echo that still breathes beneath our feet. Because if memory lives anywhere, it lives in the places they tried to bury. Take the Richet structure, deep in the Sahara, a spiral of stone and salt, measuring 30 miles across from above. It resembles the city Plato described, concentric rings of land and water, the capital of Atlantis. But this isn't legend, it's real. Mapped, measured, dismissed, too old, too strange, too far from the narrative. Yet, local tribes call it the Eye of the Earth, a place not born of erosion, but of legacy, a memory encoded in geography, and it is not alone. Off the coast of Japan, Yonaguni, a submerged staircase carved in stone, walls aligned to cardinal directions. A monument now claimed by the Sea Dot in Lake Titicaca, the ruins of an ancient port. Now 12,000 feet above sea level, in the Caribbean, sunken roads, perfectly straight, disappearing into the abyss. Why do these structures not match their timeline? Why are they buried underwater or lifted to mountain heights? Because the earth moved. Because something shifted, and civilizations that stood on solid ground now lie beneath it. The flood is not just water, it is displacement, a planetary trauma. What if the world we know is merely the shallow layer above a deeper wound? What if we are walking on ruins, but calling them continents? This is not science fiction, it is sacred confusion. An open wound in the record of man, and every new discovery is not truly new. It is the past demanding to be seen again, but only those who remember how to feel the past can see it, because this knowledge is not kept in books, it is kept in bones. When the priests of Egypt were asked by Solon, "Where is the origin of your knowledge?" they did not say, "us." They said, "A people before us, greater than us." They called it Zep Tepi the first time, a golden age before the dynasties. When gods walked among men, and the Nile flowed differently. And what of the Sumerians? Their king list speaks of rulers who lived for thousands of years before the flood, and the Vedic texts. They speak of Uga's ages that span hundreds of thousands of years. We laugh at these numbers. We call them allegory, but perhaps that's what forgetting sounds like. Our calendars are broken, our timelines guesses. We define civilization by writing, by pottery, by government. What if the temple was the book? What if the alignment of a pyramid was more truthful than any written word? We cannot carbon date a myth. We cannot measure the age of a flood that swallowed not just cities, but consciousness. The survivors did not forget everything. They encoded in geometry, in oral tradition, in story. Atlantis, Kumari, Kandam, Mu, Lemuria, Thule, different names. Same morning, same spiritual residue. Each tale begins the same way. A time of peace, a people of light, a fall, a flood, a veil, and behind that veil, a truth we are not permitted to see. Why? Why the erasure? Because power fears origin, and memory is the most dangerous power of all. A civilization that remembers its true origin cannot be ruled, it cannot be divided, it cannot be told what is impossible. And so, memory must be broken. History must be rewritten. The flood must become fiction. It never was. We are beginning to remember, not through textbooks, but through resonance, through dreams, through symbols that feel older than language, through the magnetic pull of sacred sites, through the ache in the bones when we touch ancient stone. This isn't nostalgia, it's recognition. We've been here before. We've built, we've fallen, we've wept, and now we are waking up. They buried the cities, they silenced the myths, they flooded the truth, but some memories resist drowning, some echoes carry even through the water. Maybe it was never lost, maybe it was buried, waiting for the right memory to return. Section 2. The map that shouldn't exist, the The map is not just geography. It is memory made visible, a memory of coasts, of stars, of winds. It tells us not only where, but when, and sometimes who. But what if there exists a map that doesn't belong to its age? What if someone charted the world, not in discovery, but in recollection? Because among the parchment relics of the age of exploration, there is one that refuses to obey its date of birth. It is called the Piri Race Map, dated 1513, signed by an Ottoman admiral, written in ink and humility. Its creator claimed he merely copied it from maps far older and now lost. But what this map reveals should not have been known, because it shows Antarctica not as a frozen tomb, but as a coastal landmass, ice-free, with mountain ranges and river deltas beneath what we now know as 2 miles of glacial silence. The official record tells us Antarctica was not even discovered until 1822, 3 centuries after Piri Reis inked its shores. And yet, here it lies, pressed in ink, in a Turkish admiral's hand, on gazelle skin parchment. What do we do with this? We deny, we debate. We reduce it to coincidence, because to accept it is to unravel the story of who knew what and when. The Piri Race Map is not complete. Only a fragment survives. But even that fragment is enough to whisper something forbidden. It does not merely depict known coastlines, it corrects them. South America curves eastward, a shape not accurately known for another 300 years. The map includes islands, currents, and a level of maritime understanding far beyond 16th century capability. But most shocking is its portrayal of the Antarctic, Queen Maudland, ice-free, exposed, mapped yet. Modern radar didn't uncover its subglacial terrain until the 1950s, and Piri Reis had it in 1513. No, he inherited it. He writes in his own notes, these charts were copied from ancient sources, from Greeks, from Phoenicians, from civilizations lost to time. He speaks of 20 charts and Mappae Mundi, a world map drawn in an age when the known world was still in fragments. But what if those fragments came from something whole? What if the Piri Race Map was a surviving echo of a cartographic legacy that predates the Ice Age? A memory passed through empires, through scholars, through libraries burned and rebuilt, knowledge that was not discovered but salvaged. There are other maps, fragments of the same forgotten inheritance. The Orontius Phineas map, drawn in 1531, also depicts Antarctica. Again, ice-free. The Boischet map, 1737, shows an inland waterway, rivers beneath the ice. It too claims ancient origins. This is not an isolated anomaly. It is a pattern, a buried cartography. A cartography of the world before the flood, before the erasure, before the pole shift, before the forgetting. But how would ancient seafarers have seen Antarctica? They mapped the stars. They built temples aligned with solstices. They crossed oceans in reed boats long before steel hulls and compasses. If they could chart the heavens with such precision, why not the earth? Unless, of course, they didn't map it from the outside. They mapped it from memory, from survival, from what once was before the waters rose. This is the dissonance we face. We are told our ancestors were primitive, that writing began 5,000 years ago, that navigation came with Columbus, that science is a modern invention. But the map says otherwise. and so it is ignored, not disproven, just dismissed, because its existence is not the problem. Its implications are, if the Piri race map is real, then the history we've inherited is the fiction. Antarctica, a land hidden under ice for millennia, a place no human should have seen until the 20th century, and yet drawn with detail, with coastline accuracy confirmed by satellite radar, by an admiral with no radar, no planes, only ancient scrolls. And so the question rises, who were the mapmakers? Who charted the world when it looked nothing like it does now? Who had the vantage point, the access, the memory? The answer may lie not in ink, but in stone, because ancient maps are not always flat. They are encoded in monuments, in ley lines, in city alignments that trace the globe with uncanny precision, from the Great Pyramid of Giza to Teotihuacan, from Angkor Wat to Easter Island. There is a geometry beneath the chaos, a memory of Earth's layout, not as it is, but as it was, before the tilt, before the axis changed, before the ice sealed away the southern continent. What if the Piri race map is not a miracle of Renaissance curiosity, but a relic, a piece of something much older, a civilization not lost to time, but buried by it, a civilization that watched the stars shift, watched the oceans rise, and passed its memory forward the only way it could, through fragments, maps, stones, myths, until one day a sailor in the Ottoman court copied what he could not explain. He didn't know he was preserving a warning. He didn't know his map would become a fracture in the modern mind. He simply copied deeper into the ink, because the Piri race map does not stand alone. It is one thread in a tapestry stitched by hands long turned to dust, hands that once held compasses carved from bone, calendars carved in stone, eyes trained not on the horizon, but on the great cycles, the breath of the earth itself. What if those ancient mariners did not sail alone? What if they followed routes laid out in myth paths, whispered by flood survivors, by priest kings, by those who remembered the stars before the sky changed? What if the knowledge of Antarctica, the geometry of the globe, was not terrestrial at all, but inherited from elsewhere? In Mesopotamia, they spoke of a oneness, the being who emerged from the sea, half man, half fish, to teach humanity the sciences of civilization. In Mesoamerica, the god Quetzalcoatl arrived from across the sea, bearing wisdom, maps, calendars, the secrets of time. The Dogon of Mali knew of Sirius B, a star invisible to the naked eye, long before telescopes. Is it so impossible to imagine that ancient maps, too, were gifts? That what Piri race inherited was not just geography, but memory from another age, another intelligence? There is a line in the sand between the believable and the remembered. The Piri race map crosses it, and we are left not with answers, but with trembling, because this is not a debate over ink and parchment. This is about origin. The map is a fracture, a quiet rebellion against linear time, a scar that doesn't fade. It tells us that history is not what we have built, but what we have recovered. It reminds us that knowledge is not always earned. Sometimes it is rescued from floods, from fire, from forgetting. So we return to the admiral, to the man who copied something older than empires. Did he know what he was preserving? Did he feel the weight of what passed through his hands? Perhaps not, but the ink remembered. and the map survived. Long enough to find us, the ones willing to listen. Maybe it was never meant to be understood. Maybe it was meant to haunt, too. Whisper of a world that once knew the earth as a sacred whole. Section 3, Göbekli Tepe, the temple that rewrote time before the first cities rose, before the first empires bled their borders into maps, before the first clay tablet was etched with the names of kings. They carved circles in stone. They carved them not to conquer, but to remember, to honor, to call down stars with silence, and then they buried them, as if to say, "This is not for you, not yet." Atop a barren hill in southeastern Turkey, beneath layers of dust and forgotten epochs, lies Göbekli Tepe, the navel of something older than history dares to claim. 12,000 years old, and still older than our definitions. Before writing, before metallurgy, before agriculture. And yet, stone pillars rise in perfect circles, some weighing over 20 tons, carved not with randomness, but with intention. Foxes, scorpions, vultures, celestial beasts, and sacred glyphs etched into megaliths with a precision that whispers, "We knew where we stood in the cosmos." This is not the work of wandering hunters. This is not the product of accidental culture. This is architecture. This is alignment. This is worship. Göbekli Tepe stands as a question carved in stone. How did a people with no cities, no wheels, no known agriculture construct a sanctuary of this magnitude? And more importantly, why did they bury it? It wasn't lost. It was hidden, intentionally, ritually. The enclosures were backfilled, covered, not by the winds of time, but by the hands of those who once knelt within its stone embrace, like a sacred text sealed shut, like a memory made too dangerous to keep alive. Why? What did they see? What did they fear? Archaeologists say it changes everything. They're right, but not in the way they think. Göbekli Tepe does not revise our history. It revokes it, because it suggests something heretical to the modern mind, that consciousness came before civilization, that myth came before agriculture, that the soul yearned for the stars long before it yearned for bread. These circles in stone, they predate not just Egypt, not just Sumer, but time itself as we've measured it. They stand at the twilight between the Ice Age and the world we call home, a liminal place, the last breath of a world that drowned, and the first heartbeat of one that rose in its place. Some say it was a temple, some say an observatory, some say both. The T-shaped pillars face specific stars. The carvings resemble celestial maps. The site may have tracked the precession of the equinoxes, a cosmic clock only advanced civilizations were said to understand. But what if it wasn't just observation? What if it was a conversation, a dialogue between earth and sky, stone and soul, human and memory? Look closely at the animals etched in relief. They are not mere decorations, they are codes, symbols repeated across distant myths. The scorpion of gateways, the snake of knowledge and rebirth, the vulture of death. They are the lexicon of sacred cosmology. They echo across Egypt, across Mesoamerica, across the Vedas and the Book of the Dead. Different tongues, same grammar of the soul. And then comes the silence. Because just as mysteriously as it was raised, Göbekli Tepe was sealed, not destroyed, preserved, as if someone knew that a time would come when we'd need to remember, but only after forgetting. Was it a burial of mourning, a spiritual retreat, or was it a warning that knowledge once revealed too early can devour its seeker? Perhaps the builders didn't vanish. Perhaps they chose to disappear, leaving behind a single breath in stone, and then turning away into myth. Today, we call them pre-pottery, Neolithic people, but titles are cages. We do not know their names. We do not know their gods. We only know their silence. And sometimes, silence is louder than words. Göbekli Tepe was not the beginning of civilization. It was the end of a remembrance, a final act of devotion before the veil of flood and time. It stands not in opposition to history, but beneath it, like roots beneath a dead tree, still alive, still waiting. So we ask again, who carved this place? What did they know? Why did they bury it? And more haunting still, how many others have we yet to uncover? If this survived 12 millennia, hidden just beneath the soil, what else sleeps beneath our feet? This isn't just archaeology, it's prophecy in reverse, a transmission sent forward in time to us, the ones who lost the thread. The question is not whether they built it. The question is, why were we never told? Because to know Göbekli Tepe is to question the entire arc of human memory. It suggests the fall came first, and we have only ever been rebuilding. Civilization, then, is not a ladder, it is a circle, and some circles begin in the dark. Then let us continue into the dark of the buried temple, because Göbekli Tepe was not alone. Beneath layers of earth and silence, across Anatolia and beyond, lie sister sites, Karahan Tepe, Navali Kori, possibly even KN, all ancient, sacred, all marked by the same fingerprints, the same vision, the same deliberate concealment, as if these circles were not isolated structures, but a system, a network of stone prayers spoken in unison across the land to hold something in place or to keep something out. The layout of Göbekli Tepe suggests orchestration, not improvisation. Each enclosure is circular, yet within them stand twin pillars, always taller than the rest. They face each other, mirror-like guardians or witnesses. Were they gods, or representations of the ones who walked between worlds? Some have posited they are stylized humans, abstract, elongated, arms carved down their sides. One holds a belt, another a loincloth. Human symbols, yes, but not quite human. Effigies, perhaps, of those who descended from elsewhere. Memory carved in the only material that would outlast fire and flood. Stone. Even the hill itself is no accident. Göbekli means potbelly in Turkish, a rounded mound, unnatural in contour. For centuries, locals believed it was just another hill. But now we know it was built, layered, shaped, an artificial womb, cradling the echoes of a civilization not lost, but concealed with reverence, who covers a monument with their own hands. Only those who know the future cannot yet hold the truth. And what of the flood? Every myth across Earth speaks of a deluge. Sumer, Egypt, the Hopi, the Vedas, the Bible. What if Göbekli Tepe was a prelude, not a relic after destruction, but a beacon before it? What if this was their final act to encode wisdom into the bones of the land, so that one day, when the waters receded and the memory returned, we would find it again, not to praise them, but to remember ourselves? In the West, we built pyramids to ascend. In Mesopotamia, ziggurats to reach the divine. But at Göbekli Tepe, they carved into circles, downward, inward, not a tower to climb, but a spiral to descend. It was not about reaching the gods, it was about becoming memory. Stone as seed, circle as cycle, time not as line, but as echo. Even today, when we walk among its pillars, we feel it, not awe, but grief, a grief too old to name, because Göbekli Tepe is not a triumph. It is a eulogy, a tombstone for an age we are only beginning to remember, and every unearthed carving, every measured alignment, every backfilled chamber we open feels like waking something we buried not out of ignorance, but out of fear. They didn't build it to last. They built it to return, and now it has. Maybe history doesn't remember everything. Maybe it's not supposed to. Some truths return only when the world is quiet enough to hear them. Some temples remain buried until the spirit is ready to re-enter. And if we are listening now, it's because something old has begun to stir. Something that once knelt before these stones, not to worship, but to warn. Section 4. The Eye Beneath the Sand. A slow descent into memory and myth. They call it the Eye of the Sahara, a name that feels ancient, though it was only whispered by modern tongues. A spiral of stone, wide as a city, silent as a tomb. From the ground, it is wind and dust and rock. But from above, it watches, it waits, a great circle inscribed upon the desert, like the earth once blinked and forgot what it saw. The Richet structure, a formation 25 miles across, ringed in geological symmetry, officially a collapsed dome of ancient rock, weathered by wind, shaped by erosion, explained by science. But science has only looked from the outside. It has not listened to the silence beneath it. It has not heard the name that echoes in the mythic dark. Atlantis, taught Plato, described a lost world, circular, layered, surrounded by rings of land and sea, a kingdom of impossible beauty and terrifying pride, ruled by kings descended from gods and mortals alike, destroyed in a single day and night. He called it fiction, but what if fiction is just the memory of truth, worn smooth by time? For centuries, the search pointed west, into oceans, into myth. But the Sahara was once a sea, thousands of years ago, before desert winds claimed the land. This place was lush. Forests, lakes, elephants, giraffes, a green world where now there is only dust. If Atlantis once stood upon the edge of the known world, perhaps the edge has shifted, and perhaps its bones lie not beneath the waves, but beneath the sand. The eye matches Plato's account with unnerving precision. 3 concentric rings of land, separated by water, a central island, a wide, flat plain to the south, a mountain range to the north, even the measurements, miles wide, or cartographic memory, etched into the very skin of the earth. They say it formed naturally through uplift and erosion, but if nature carved it, why does it speak in the language of geometry? Why does it whisper through symmetry and proportion? Why does it bear the spiral, a symbol older than time, seen in galaxies, seen in DNA, seen in temples from Peru to Malta? Why does it call to the ancient memory of a world that fell? Satellite imagery reveals the eye in full, a perfect pattern, not random, not broken, a mandala of stone, not just something to be studied, but something to be remembered. Because patterns are never just patterns. They are the fingerprints of intention, the residue of thought, and perhaps beneath these ridges, beneath these waves of fossilized memory, is something that thought once tried to preserve. We call it the eye, but whose? Is it the eye of the earth, watching us, unblinking, waiting for us to awaken? Or is it the eye of something else, a watcher, a survivor, a wound, a place where memory burned so hot it melted the veil between myth and matter? No ruins have been unearthed, no pillars, no walls, no golden idols. But perhaps that's the point. What if Atlantis wasn't built of stone? What if its temples were made of material we no longer recognize? What if its collapse left not rubble, but resonance? An echo we can't translate, only feel. A shape that reappears across cultures, not as architecture, but as archetype. Every spiral points inward. The eye leads not to a destination, but to descent into memory, into grief, into the silence we've mistaken for absence. We keep asking where Atlantis was, but maybe the right question is, when did we forget how to see it? And what if the eye isn't just a remnant, but a warning, a cosmic scar left open so we would never forget what pride or power or forgetting can do? Maybe it didn't vanish. Maybe it was never meant to survive, just to be found. By the next ones, by us. Then we continue, deeper into the spiral, deeper into what may never have been lost, only sealed in sand. Archaeologists dismiss the theory. Geologists point to limestone, quartzite, and wind. But silence does not mean absence. And the ancients did not leave blueprints. They left patterns, patterns that stretch from the Andes to the Nile, from Angkor to the Azores, from sunken stones to symbols etched in bone. The spiral, the eye, the flood, the story repeats because it must be remembered. Mauritania, where the eye sleeps, is not barren. Cave paintings depict strange figures, animals not native to the region, images of boats, of celestial alignment, of rituals beneath stars. Evidence that once, long before the Sahara was sand, something sacred was known here, and then forgotten. Or perhaps made to be forgotten. They say Göbekli Tepe was buried deliberately with care. What if the eye was to pair, not beneath dirt, but beneath forgetfulness, not erased by time, but protected from it? A message buried in plain sight, hidden so well that only those with the ancient memory could recognize its voice. The spiral is not just form, it is function. It pulls the eye inward, pulls the soul inward, until all that remains is the question, Plato said. Atlantis fell in a single night, fire, earthquakes, flood, but cataclysms leave records deep within stone, beneath magnetic poles, within the scars of glaciers and the silt of oceans. And something did happen. 12,000 years ago, we call it the Younger Dryas, a sudden freeze, mass extinction, global upheaval. The earth shifted, and civilizations, if they stood, may have fallen, not slowly, but all at once, and then rebuilt, but smaller, simpler, more afraid. The eye does not look outward. It does not seek conquest or explanation. It looks inward, because that is where the first collapse began. Not in cities, not in temples, in losing the mythic compass that once aligned us to the stars, to the soil, to the sacred. So perhaps the eye remains, not as Atlantis, but as echo, not a city, but a symbol, a last sentinel watching over a fallen story, waiting for those who still remember to return, to walk its rings, not as tourists, but as pilgrims. Because the ancient world was not primitive, it was precise, poetic, purposeful, and every circle meant something. If the eye of the Sahara is Atlantis, then history is wrong by orders of magnitude. It means civilization rose, not 5,000 years ago, but much earlier. It means memory was not passed forward by evolution, but backwards, through flood and flame. It means we are not progressing toward wisdom, but circling back to it, and every spiral drawn in stone is a breadcrumb, left not by the forgotten, but by the remembering. There is no monument at the eye, no fence, no altar, just wind, just sky, just silence. But those who stood there say it feels ancient, heavy, other as if the earth remembers something. It's not yet ready to tell us, as if the ground itself knows the name Atlantis, but won't speak it until we do. And if it is true, if the spiral is a doorway, then it won't open with shovels. It will open when enough of us remember what to look for, when the myth becomes memory again, when the lines on the map stop pointing forward and begin pointing inward to the place before forgetting, to the center of the eye. Maybe it was never lost, maybe it was buried, waiting for the right memory to return. Section 5. The stones that shouldn't be lifted there are weights the earth was never meant to carry. Mass so dense, so deliberate, it defies mere strength. And yet they lie there, still, silent, immovable, enduring, in the hills of ancient Lebanon, where whispers of gods and blood mix in the wind. There rests a riddle, not written in scrolls, but carved into stone. Baalbek. A forgotten temple, built on foundations that should not exist, blocks the size of buses, stones heavier than space shuttles, some weighing over 1,200 tons, and no one can explain why. They call them the trilithon stones, 3 impossibly massive megaliths forming the core of the Temple of Jupiter, each one quarried, shaped, and set with such unnatural precision that even modern engineers speak in awe or silence, because to move such stones today, even with our most advanced cranes, is nearly impossible. To lift them, to place them seamlessly aligned, meters above the ground. Unthinkable, and yet they are there, not rumored, not mythical, real. The temple itself is Roman, this is true, grand, ornate, imperial, but the stones beneath, older, much older. The Romans did not place them, they built upon them, a truth buried in plain sight, ignored by textbooks, whispered by wanderers, and laughed at by skeptics who dare not measure. So we must ask, who moved the stones before the empires? Some say it was slave labor, others speak of levers, logs, and willpower. But levers snap, logs crush, and human will cannot lift mountains. Let us be honest. There are no tools in the archaeological record that account for Baalbek. No pulleys, no sleds, no systems capable of this scale. And yet the stones are cut with surgical precision, as if shaped by hands that had no room for error. There are no tool marks, no signs of struggle, just silence and symmetry. And here is where the suspicion coils tight, because Baalbek is not the only site. Across the Andes, in Sacsayhuaman, megaliths lock like puzzle pieces. In Egypt, the Assyrian whispers of pre-dynastic intelligence. In India, At Ellora, whole temples emerge from solid rock, not built, but removed, and all of them speak the same forgotten dialect, the language of lost precision, of impossible scale, of sacred stone. This is not regional. This is not coincidence. Is inheritance. What if these sites were not built as much as they were maintained? What if our ancestors found ruins, not empty, but echoing? What if the greatest works of the past were not acts of genius, but acts of memory? They remembered enough to build around the bones of something older and far stranger, a technology that left no wires, no circuits, no plastic, only resonance, only weight, only questions, because the trilithian stones are not practical. They are not efficient. They serve no clear structural purpose that could not have been accomplished with smaller blocks. So why? Why lift the unliftable? Why strain the earth to honor the sky? Unless they weren't lifting for function. They were lifting for meaning. Perhaps the stone itself mattered, not just as a material, but as memory. Perhaps they believed that density held spirit, that the heavier the stone, the closer it came to being eternal, and perhaps they weren't lifting at all. In nearly every ancient culture, there are myths of sound, sound that splits stone, sound that levitates, sound that orders chaos. In Egypt, Thoth spoke creation into form. In Vedic hymns, the universe was sung into being. In Tibet, monks chant stones into movement. And in modern labs, we are only just rediscovering what cymatics reveals, that sound shapes matter. So what if? What if the ancients knew the frequencies, not just to move stone, but to speak to it, to command it? There are no crane marks at Baalbek, no drag paths, no tool shards, only the stones laid, set silent, and over time, modern empires stacked their temples atop them like crowns on forgotten kings. Roman, Byzantine, Ottoman, all layering on top of the same foundation, all pointing to the same mystery, and none explaining it. And so we loop again and again, because Baalbek isn't an anomaly. It is a doorway, a crack in the illusion that we've always been moving forward. But if we cannot lift today what was placed 2,000, 4,000, maybe 10,000 years ago, then what exactly are we calling progress? What are we calling history? The stones are not here to be worshipped. They are here to be remembered, because memory is heavier than stone. And once buried, it takes more than muscle to retrieve. It takes reverence. It takes asking the questions that shake the foundations of our certainty. Like, what kind of power was needed to move 1,200 tons? And if it wasn't ours, then whose was it? If it wasn't ours, then whose was it? Because power leaves fingerprints. And these stones are fingerprints, pressed into the earth by hands no longer visible, by minds no longer remembered, by a force that defies the linear progression. We've been taught to worship. This is the quiet collapse of the timeline, where the past begins to pulse beneath the surface, refusing to be caged by chronology. We say these stones are ancient, but maybe they are timeless. The megaliths of Baalbek do not just challenge physics, they challenge memory, not the memory of a single people or place, but the inherited amnesia of our species. Because we no longer ask, what are we missing? We ask, how can we explain this away? We reduce the mystery to legend. We bury the unknown beneath terms like coincidence, ritual, purpose, or primitive ingenuity. But Baalbek does not speak the language of simplicity. It speaks the language of echoes, deep, resonant echoes that refuse to be silenced. Some say the site was once a landing platform. Others whisper of giants, of Nephilim, of sky kings who moved stone as breath. There are carvings, half-raised, half-mocked, that show beings too large, too precise, to be myth alone. But we are not here to declare. We are here to listen, because somewhere between the stones, between the dust and shadow, the truth hums, not as fact, but as vibration. And vibration is not to be measured, it is to be felt. What if the earth remembers what we forgot? What if these stones were not moved at all, but coaxed as one speaks to an animal or hums to a flame? What if the act of construction was not labor, but alignment, and those who lifted them did so with resonance, not rope, with sound, not strain? What if the ancients sang the stones into place? Consider this. In the early 20th century, a man named Edward Leeds Coleman built an entire coral fortress in Florida. Massive stones, some weighing over 30 tons. He left no blueprints, no machines, only a notebook of magnetic principles and a whisper that he understood the secrets of the ancient builders. Coral Castle still stands, a modern echo of a forgotten song. In every age, a few remember, a few dream in symbols older than speech, a few look at stone and hear music. But we've built walls around wonder. We've traded intuition for instrumentation. We say, if it can't be measured, it must not exist. But the heaviest things are the ones we cannot weigh. Memory, myth, legacy. The stones of Baalbek do not ask to be solved. They ask to be honored, because before there were answers, there were questions that shaped civilizations. And maybe, just maybe, those questions still shape us. We were told history began with clay tablets, with farming, with fire, but beneath every fire there is ash. And beneath every ash, a blueprint, a whisper, a memory. And so Baalbek waits, stone upon stone, layer upon layer. Not a temple, but a tomb. Not a monument, but a message that says, you are not the first. And if we are not the first, then who were they? Maybe it was never lost. Maybe it was buried, waiting for the right memory to return. Section 6. The city that drowned in a single night. Some cities fade in time. Some are swallowed by deserts. Some are erased by kings. But some are taken by the sea. Not in centuries, not in erosion, but in a single breathless moment. One heartbeat, one scream, and then silence. This is the memory of Dwarka, not a legend, but a drowning carved into the bones of the earth. They say, water forgets, but that is a lie. Water remembers everything. It holds the shape of what was lost. It folds ancient roads into current and keeps stone temples in its dark, swaying archive. It does not destroy, it conceals. And off the western coast of India, beneath the restless Arabian Sea, Dwarka waits, not as ruin, but as witness. The myths called it the Golden City of Krishna, a palace of 1,000 halls, a sacred port where gods once walked. For generations, it was written off as metaphor, a poetic exaggeration of a people's longing. Just another Atlantis. But the sea had not forgotten. In 2001, sonar scans revealed something impossible. Geometric foundations, stone pillars, grids that defied nature and echoed intention. Submerged roads, steps carved with celestial precision, causeways leading to nowhere and everywhere. Mainstream voices whispered hesitantly, perhaps a medieval port or a natural formation. But the sediment told another story. Carbon samples returned a date older than history allowed. 9,000 years ago, maybe more, predating not only Mahabharata's account, but rewriting the Indian timeline itself. And with that, the sea began to speak. Sonar gave way to divers. Divers gave way to discovery. Fragments of walls, beads fused by time, anchors of lost harbors, ruins that mirror the descriptions of ancient texts, not vaguely, but precisely. And in that moment, myth began to bleed into memory. Dwarka was not allegory, it was archaeology. But what force could take such a city in one night? The scriptures speak of fire from the sky, of waves that rose without warning, of thunder louder than war. Some say the gods fought that day. Some say it was a weapon, a celestial warhead, a forgotten technology so powerful it made the heavens burn. But whatever happened, it was fast, it was final, and it was meant to be forgotten. Across the world, we find similar stories of cities swallowed by sea, of mountains that shook and skies that turned black. Lemuria, the cities beneath the Black Sea, Yonaguni, off Japan's coast, and now Dwarka. Separate cultures, separate tongues, same memory, the flood, not a metaphor, a moment. Maybe it wasn't just a flood of water. Maybe it was a flood of time, a sweeping erasure, a planetary reset, a divine silence after too much noise. What if Dwarka was not the first to fall, but the last to be seen? A final lighthouse before the world forgot its shape. In Sanskrit, Dwarka means gateway. A gate to where? To heaven, to a higher order of being, to a civilization we were never meant to remember. Or was it a gate out, a final exhale of a world on the edge? Because if the sea gave way and the earth opened up and a city fell without fire or conquest, then history is not a staircase, it is a circle, and we are walking in its echoes. The Indian epics spoke of Vimana's flying chariots, of skyborne palaces, of a war that scorched the earth long before the Iron Age had begun. What we dismissed as fantasy is now being unearthed in coral and salt, and the deeper we look, the less we know. Because Dwarka was not primitive, it was precise, it was vast, it was sacred. The question is not whether the city existed, it is why we were told it did not. Why were we taught that nothing advanced existed before 3000 BCE? Why were these myths boxed into fiction? Why are timelines defended like borders? Because the truth does not just alter textbooks, it shifts identity. It opens the gate, and once opened, we cannot go back. In Dwarka stones, there is alignment. In its submersion, there is a warning. And in its rediscovery, there is a mirror. We thought we were the pinnacle, but maybe we are only the recovery crew, the ones who find ruins without understanding the ruin within ourselves. We are not the first. We are what remains, and the waves still move over Dwarka, softly, eternally, not as destroyers, but as keepers, because water remembers, and memory returns. When we are finally ready to see. Section 7. The clock that measured the stars. We measured time as if we invented it. But time is not ours. It is the inheritance of the stars. and someone, long before us, knew how to capture it. Hidden for centuries beneath the waves of the Aegean, sealed within the barnacled ribs of a Roman shipwreck, there rested a relic that should not exist, a device that ticks not like a watch, a relic now known as the Antikythera mechanism, a machine of brass and shadow, of interlocked gears and forgotten genius. Not carved stone, not sacred tablet, but engineering, intricate, delicate, precise, as if forged not by ancient hands, but by minds unfettered by the darkness we assign to antiquity. Its discovery in 1901 was an accident. Divers searching for statues instead found a shattered cargo of bronze. One piece stood apart, corroded, broken, silent, but within it, teeth, dials, calculated ratios, not ornamental, not decorative, functional. It would take over a century to understand even a fraction of what it was. Dozens of bronze gears layered into each other like celestial equations, a planetary calculator, a moon phase predictor, an eclipse oracle, all crafted with the sophistication of 18th century clockwork, but dating back over 2,000 years. And yet, no other devices like it exist from the classical world. No records of its blueprints, no schools of mechanism, no evolution of complexity, just this one alone. As if dropped from a vanished lineage, mainstream scholars attribute it to the Greeks, perhaps from Rhodes or Alexandria. They say it reflects the genius of Archimedes or Hipparchus. They say it was an outlier, a miracle, in an otherwise primitive age. But a machine like this doesn't appear in isolation. It comes from memory, from legacy, from echoes. And what if the Antikythera mechanism wasn't a peak, but a remnant, not a product of Greek invention, but Greek inheritance, a device preserved from an older world, passed down like a sacred heirloom, misunderstood, replicated, misused, until it was lost to the sea, as if the ocean itself had been waiting to reclaim it. Its functions are cosmic. It tracks the movements of the sun, the moon, and the 5 visible planets. It aligns to the Metonic cycle, a 19-year rhythm, known to Babylonian astronomers. It predicts eclipses. It simulates lunar phases with astonishing accuracy, an engineering detail no other surviving ancient machine ever demonstrates. This isn't primitive astronomy. This is celestial synchronization. It tells us that someone, somewhere, once knew how the heavens turned, not symbolically. That raises a darker question. If this knowledge once existed, where did it go? Why is there no trail of progress? Why was this clock forgotten instead of improved? Did something sever the lineage? A cataclysm? A flood? A purge? Or was the knowledge hidden, sealed away until its rediscovery would no longer threaten the narrative? Because if the Antikythera mechanism was possible 2,000 years ago, what else was possible 10,000 years ago or before? We're told that civilization begins with agriculture, that timekeeping began with sundials, that astronomy evolved from myth. But this device, this mechanical oracle, suggests something else, that humans once knew time as a living system. That time wasn't measured, it was navigated. Perhaps these gears were not merely tools. Perhaps they were keys that unlocked cycles, opened gates. Texts across the world speak of yugas, world ages, periods of rise and fall, civilizations that align with the stars, then collapse. Could it be that this mechanism wasn't just for watching the sky, but surviving it. Could it have been used to prepare, to warn, to remember? Even today, its full functions remain partially veiled. CT scans have revealed inscriptions too corroded to read with the naked eye, phrases that mention Olympiads, Venus, and eclipses, but also cryptic references to spirits and phases beyond the known cycles, fragments, clues, almost as if the device was part machine. Yet, no other artifact of its kind has ever surfaced. It stands alone, like a fossil of the future buried in the past, or perhaps like an echo, because every so often history coughs up these contradictions, objects out of time, patterns that don't evolve but erupt, precision where there should be crudeness, knowledge without a source. This is not how timelines behave. This is how memory behaves. The Antikythera mechanism may be the last breath of a lineage erased. That time is not a river, but a spiral. That we are not the first to measure the cosmos. We are only the first to forget. And as we stare into this rusted relic, Section 8, the forgotten code of sacred geometry, there is a language older than words. It does not speak through sound or ink, but through proportion, through alignment, through form. It is a code carved not into scrolls, but into the bones of Earth itself. A geometry so sacred, so universal, it appears wherever ancient hands touched stone with purpose. From the soaring pyramids of Giza to the silent giants of Angkor Wat, from the shadowed temples of Teotihuacan to the geometric enigma of Nazca's desert floor. They built with numbers. They built with light. They built with memory. Not memory as we know it, not names or dates or empires, but memory as frequency, as harmonic resonance, as sacred proportion drawn down from the stars. How did they know? Who aligned Angkor precisely with the Draco constellation? Who laid Teotihuacan's Avenue of the Dead to mirror Orion's belt? Who etched Nazca's massive patterns so they could only be fully seen from the sky or from the mind of a god? We are told these alignments are coincidences, that ancient peoples merely guessed, roughly following the sky with sticks and shadows. But coincidences don't form patterns, and these patterns are global golden ratios, pi embedded in pyramids, phi in Mayan temples, axial alignments to solstices, equinoxes, lunar standstills, temples spaced at geodetic intervals across thousands of miles, forming invisible networks like the arteries of some ancient planetary mind. What were they measuring? What were they preserving? What were they calling down from the heavens into the bedrock of Earth? Sacred geometry is not just about triangles and circles. It is a memory technology, a way of encoding wisdom in stone, because proportions do not erode, angles do not decay, and when language fails, when cultures fall, when stories are burned, geometry endures. A perfect square still whispers its truth 10,000 years later. A golden spiral still turns quietly through ruins and cathedrals and living cells. This is how knowledge survives floods, how it survives fire, how it survives us. But where did this knowledge come from? Who was the first to realize that frequency could become form, that the structure of a building could be a mirror of the cosmos? We've found no instruction manuals, no original schools of geometry, only perfect ruins, and fractured myths in Egypt. The Temple of Osiris at Abydos contains symbols some say resemble helicopters and spacecraft etched into stone. In India, the Vastu Shastra speaks of mandalas used to channel cosmic energy through architectural form. In Peru, the ancient city of Cusco, shaped like a puma, fits seamlessly into the larger sacred grid of Andean temples. These are not isolated wonders. They are echoes of a single language, a language not written, but built, a language whose grammar is angle, whose syntax is stone, whose message is immortality. Even mainstream science now concedes that many megalithic sites show knowledge of precession, the slow wobble of Earth's axis over a 26,000-year cycle. Yet this cycle was only officially discovered in the West in the 20th century. So how did the ancients know? How did they align monuments to stars that wouldn't appear in those positions for thousands of years? How did they design temples that resonate with musical frequencies still measurable today? How did they map Earth's dimensions with accuracy rivaling modern GPS? Without satellites, there is a forgotten code. It lies beneath the math, beneath the layout. It hums through the very geometry of life, the spiral of DNA, the branching of trees, the orbits of planets. The ancients didn't just observe this pattern, they participated in it. Their monuments were tuning forks, instruments to harmonize with the earth, the stars, and the self. Walking through their temples wasn't just a spiritual journey, it was a recalibration, a resonance ritual, a remembrance. Modern man builds to conquer space. The ancients built to connect with it. And maybe that's the secret. Maybe the ancients didn't build to honor the gods. Maybe they built to become them. If geometry is memory, if alignment is legacy, then these ruins are not primitive. They are alive, and they are still singing, still echoing, still waiting for the next civilization, willing to listen, because perhaps sacred geometry wasn't just a tool. Perhaps it was a warning, a pattern to follow before the next great forgetting. And if this language was inherited, not invented, then somewhere, deep beneath our own ruins, beneath the digital noise, beneath the modern decay, the code still waits. Then let us descend deeper into the lattice of forgotten lines, the blueprint beneath belief, the original frequency behind every myth across the old world. Ruins hum like instruments, long silenced but not broken. Their ratios, their layouts, their symbolic placements, they suggest a knowledge, not merely of how to build, but why. At the Temple of Borobudur in Java, 504 Buddha statues encircle a mandala-shaped monument rising in tiers, like a three-dimensional mantra carved in stone. Each level represents a plane of consciousness, each spiral a step toward awakening. It is geometry as enlightenment, stone as stairway to the stars. In Cambodia, Angkor Wat is not simply aligned to the solstices. It is a celestial mirror of the Draco constellation, a dragon in heaven, a dragon on earth, not metaphor, manifestation. In Mexico, the layout of Teotihuacan mimics the harmonic intervals found in music. The temples don't just stand, they resonate. Even now, the pyramid of the sun vibrates at 111 Hz, the same frequency used in ancient chants across Tibet and the Nile. This is not coincidence, it is convergence. And when one overlays these monuments upon the earth, when one maps Giza Easter Island, Mohenjo-Daro, Nazca, and Angkor. Along precise geodetic latitudes, a pattern emerges, a global energy grid, a forgotten planetary network, not fictional ley lines, but tangible, measurable alignments, lines that follow magnetic anomalies, fault lines, and natural energetic flows, lines known to the ancients and forgotten by us. It's as if the Earth herself was once wired for consciousness, temples as nodes, monoliths as memory ports, each site humming with coded frequencies, awaiting reactivation. What force inspired such global synchronization? What architect moved across oceans, across epochs, with compass and vision intact? Some point to survivors of a great flood, carriers of an antediluvian science. Others whisper of beings not born of earth, but of the stars, not aliens in the Hollywood sense, but ancestors of light, luminaries, watchers, the ones who encoded the stars into stone and seeded the myth of gods. And perhaps geometry was their alphabet. In the emerald tablets, said to be authored by Thoth, it is written, "Measure the circle of fire and mark it as truth." The circle, the fire, the code. It echoes again in the ancient Chinese concept of Li, the pattern of heaven, in the mandalas of the Vedas, in the Vasica Pisces of Pythagoras, in Da Vinci's Vitruvian Man, one symbol, many tongues, one code, infinite echoes. This is not architecture, it is invocation. It is the act of remembering through stone what cannot be held in language. And perhaps that is why the ancients built so large, so permanent, because they knew what would come. They knew the forgetting. They knew the fires that would burn libraries, the floods that would swallow cities, the priests that would banish the old gods. So they buried their wisdom in bedrock. They wrapped it in golden spirals and cardinal alignments. They turned geometry into prophecy. Today, we marvel at the structures, but ignore the message. We measure the angles, but forget to listen to the silence between them, because sacred geometry does not beg for answers. It invites questions. Why does the same ratio appear in sunflowers and supernovas? Why do our hearts beat in Fibonacci rhythm? Why do we dream in spirals? What if the ancients didn't just know the code? What if they were the code? What if the builders of these sacred sites were not kings or priests, but memory holders, living geometries, tuning forks of flesh and spirit? And maybe, just maybe, we are too. Maybe the patterns we find in temples are echoes of patterns buried in us. Maybe the grid is not just on the earth, it's in our bones, in our breath, in the slow, spiraling path of human remembering. We walk among ruins, searching for origins. But the stones were never the source. They were the mirrors, and what they reflect is terrifyingly beautiful. Because if we truly remember what they once knew, we can no longer pretend to be small. The code is not gone, it's dormant. It waits for resonance, for memory to awaken, for geometry to become flesh again. Not all temples are made of stone. Some are made of sound, of spirit, of blood that remembers. And as we step through this hidden lattice, as we feel the code beneath our feet, we must ask, what was it they were trying to preserve? What was it they feared we'd forget? Maybe it was never just about stars or symmetry. Maybe it was about survival, not of the body, but of the sacred within. Maybe we were never meant to to understand sacred geometry, only to remember it, to feel it, to become it, because when the last word fades and the last empire falls, the code will remain, quiet, unbroken, waiting in stone. And if they really did encode eternity, what else did they leave behind? Section 9. The library that burned humanity. They say the gods speak in fire, and perhaps that's why so much of what was sacred ends in Ashdod. When the library of Alexandria burned, it wasn't just scrolls that turned to smoke. It was memory. It was the severing of an ancient line between what we were and what we became. A rupture so precise, so violent, that its silence still echoes through time. But this was not a single fire, and it was not an accident. It was a slow erasure, a ritual of forgetting dressed in the flames of conquest and the cloaks of empire. The library, that mythic sanctuary of knowledge, was more than a building. It was a beacon, a convergence point for every wisdom tradition, every mathematical blueprint, every map that dared to draw the hidden contours of reality under Ptolemaic Egypt, scrolls from Babylon, India, Sumer, and even older lands whose names are no longer known, were gathered and preserved. Translations of lost Atlantean astronomy, records of pre-flood kings, blueprints for machines that could harness the rhythm of the stars. It is said the library held over 500,000 texts, but many were not texts in the modern sense. They were incantations of stone geometry, charts of soul anatomy, star-laced calendars woven in gold leaf, and knowledge spoken in symbols we can no longer decipher. Some claim it held the original source of the emerald tablets. Others speak of treatises on levitation, on transmutation, on divine resonance, truths that blurred the line between science and magic. But what if it held more than documents? What if it housed memory itself? Memory too powerful to be permitted into the future. The burning of Alexandria did not happen in a single night. It came in waves, first with Julius Caesar's siege, then under Emperor Aurelian, then again under Christian purges, and finally under the decree of a caliph who deemed the knowledge redundant, for if it agrees with the Quran, it is useless. If it contradicts, it is dangerous. Each fire came with justification, each blaze with a reason, but the pattern remains. They didn't just burn books, they burned continuity. Because Alexandria was not just a center of learning, it was a portal, a vault of memory that bridged civilizations and maybe something even older. And so we must ask, why is it that every time humanity gathers enough knowledge to remember itself, a fire comes? Why do so many ancient truths end in ashes? The scrolls of Nalanda, the codices of the Maya, the libraries of Baghdad, the temple texts of the Druids, the jade books of China's first dynasties, lost, scattered, torched, not forgotten, erased. We've been told that history is linear, but Alexandria tells another story, a spiral, a cycle of remembering and burning, of light. Then smoke, and in that smoke, something was hidden, because maybe it wasn't just knowledge they feared. Maybe it was activation. Maybe within those scrolls were keys, not just to the stars, but to the soul, to the geometry of consciousness, to the rhythm of remembrance that could awaken something ancient within us. They feared the past, not because it was primitive, but because it was powerful. Because if we remembered where we came from, we'd no longer be controllable. If we remembered the voices before the flood, the machines before the metals, the harmony before hierarchy, we'd stop bowing to the towers of progress built on the ruins of truth. They didn't burn Alexandria to destroy the past. They burned it to control the future. And yet, something survived, not in scrolls, but in dreams, in symbols passed quietly through secret orders, in whisper lines etched into temples and stained glass, in the glyphs of alchemists, in the songs of shamans, in the rituals no empire could erase. The flame that swallowed Alexandria also sparked something else, a hunger, a sacred ache in humanity's collective memory. We feel it even now, that something was taken, that we were cut off from a lineage we once carried in our bones. And that ache is not despair. It is a signal, a compass needle shaking toward the origin. Because perhaps the fire was never the end. Perhaps it was a veil, a distraction to make us forget the library inside ourselves. There are those who say nothing can survive fire. But memory is not made of paper. It is carved into frequency, encoded in myth, hiding in plain sight, waiting for those who remember how to read dot. And if they really did burn the map, what else did they try to keep us from finding? Section 10. The grid beneath the earth across the bones of continents. Something hums beneath the skin of soil and stone. A deeper geometry pulses, unseen, yet somehow known. Not with the mind, but with the memory beneath memory. The kind that awakens only when we stand where the ancients once stood and feel something stir in the silence. There are places where the world feels thin, where time folds inward, where breath slows, and the air itself seems woven from something older than wind. Stonehenge.ulur.teotihuacan. The Great Pyramid. Machu Picchu, Mount Kalish. All separated by oceans and ages. Yet arranged as if guided by a common pulse, they form lines, not random, not scattered, but ordered, harmonized. A hidden grid stretches across the earth, vast, geometric, and ancient. They call them ley lines, dragon paths, so NGLINES, but long before names. They were known not as myth, but as power. In the time before the flood, before language was divided, before the sky fell and the oceans claimed their due, the earth was read like a living circuit. The ancients, whoever they were, did not build randomly. They placed with precision their temples, their pyramids, their towers. They were not just shrines. They were tuning forks, nodes along a lattice of planetary force, points of alignment, where earth energy met sky geometry, where frequency fused with form. Imagine a world where architecture was not about shelter, but resonance. Imagine engineers who understood that stone could sing, that when placed at the right angle, in the right location, at the right celestial moment, a monument became a living instrument. Across Peru, geoglyphs stretch like signal, lines etched into the land with no beginning and no end. In China, megaliths stand on mountains aligned to the dragon's breath, energy said to rise from the heart of the planet. In Egypt, the Great Pyramid is not merely a tomb, but an amplifier, perfectly oriented to magnetic true north, encoded with phi, pi, and the golden ratio. And yet, these structures were not built in isolation. When connected across a global map, something impossible emerges: colon patterns, perfect geometric relationships between ancient sites, triangles, hexagons, icosahedrons, sacred shapes, stretched across the body of the earth itself. Coincidence or memory? We are told these lines are fantasy, that no force flows beneath our feet, that the ancients were poetic but primitive. But how, then, did they build with such impossible symmetry? How did cultures, oceans, apart encode the same geometry, the same solar alignments, the same star maps? How did they know? The answer is not in their ruins. It is in the grid they followed. Some call it the Earth's meridian system, a network of telluric currents, like veins of energy beneath the crust. Others compare it to acupuncture points on a planetary scale. The vile vortices, the Becker-Hagen's grid, the Platonic Earth, but all whisper the same truth. The planet breathes, and the ancients listened. They mapped not just the land, but the flow of life itself, and more than that, they worked with it, because when a temple stands atop a node, it does more than honor the gods. It channels the field. It becomes a memory vault, storing intention in stone, resonating across centuries. When a megalith stands at a crossing point, it is not a marker, it is a key. And when enough keys are placed in harmony, the planet awakens. What if that was the point? Not to worship, but to activate, to tune Earth into coherence with the cosmos, to use geometry as code, to use architecture as frequency, to hold open the gates between dimensions. Maybe that's why the sites were buried, why the old temples were dismantled, why new religions were built atop the old stones to suppress the signal. Because something sleeps beneath our feet, a lattice of memory, a map left behind not just by builders, but by keepers of resonance, those who understood the pulse of the earth as sacred rhythm, not resource. And perhaps that's the greatest heresy of all, that the earth is not a rock to mine, but a song to remember. The ancients knew where to place their temples because they didn't measure with numbers. They measured with the heart, with intuition honed through centuries of skywatching, soil touching, spirit-hearing. Their compasses weren't made of metal, they were made of myth, and we buried those myths beneath concrete and circuitry. We paved over the ley lines with asphalt. We silenced the song of the earth with the static of progress. But sometimes the hum breaks through in places untouched. You can still feel it, a pull, a pressure in the chest, a knowing older than thought. The earth remembers, even when we forget. And now, the lines are stirring. Magnetic poles are shifting. Ancient sites are reactivating. New eyes are tracing old paths, because the grid beneath the earth is not just a pattern of stone, it is a pattern of consciousness. It was never lost, only dormant, waiting for the dreamers to return, waiting for the wanderers to stand again at the crossroads. And remember that the planet is a temple, and the lines are its prayer. And so we continue, deeper into the hum beneath our civilization, where geometry becomes memory, and memory becomes map. The ancients did not just build upon the grid, they became part of it. Rituals were timed not by clocks, but by alignments. Equinoxes, solstices, stellar risings. The sky informed the stone, and the stone returned the message to the earth. They knew that energy spirals, that consciousness flows in patterns, that the spiral, the golden ratio, the flower of life. These were not decorations, they were instructions. From the Andes to the Himalayas, from the deserts of Africa to the isles of Polynesia, the same forms appear, the same proportions, the same codes hidden in layout, proportion, and placement. But who taught them? Who carried this knowledge between oceans, through cataclysms, across broken timelines? Was it a lost civilization, now erased by flood and fire? Or a transmission from something beyond, starborn, lightborn? We may never know, because the grid was not just forgotten. It was disrupted through conquest, through dogma, through the rewriting of maps and the desecration of sites. They told us these places were sacred because gods lived there. But maybe they were sacred because gods could live there, because the conditions were right, the resonance tuned, the veil thin. And when the grid is ignored, when the nodes go silent, the earth sickens, weather patterns distort, magnetic fields weaken, civilizations fracture. What if our modern disconnection is not just spiritual, but energetic? What if we are misaligned with the very pulse that sustains life? The ancients didn't just revere nature, they harmonized with it. They built not against the earth, but with it. Each stone set with reverence. Each alignment a reminder that we are not separate from the planet, but an extension of it. The lines, the shapes, the placements, they were not decoration, they were calibration. And now we are lost. Our cities are chaos. Our architecture is noise. Our grids pulse with artificial light, but lack living resonance. Yet still, beneath the concrete, the old lines remain, still humming, still waiting. Perhaps this is why we feel drawn to certain places, why ancient sites call to us with a voice we cannot explain, because they are not ruins, they are tuning forks. And when we stand within them, something in us remembers the song. Maybe we were never meant to forget. Maybe we were meant to return, not just physically, but energetically, to reactivate the grid, to restore the pattern, to rebuild not just monuments, but memory itself. Because the grid was never just about stone or symmetry. It was about consciousness, about coherence, about the deep truth that the earth is not silent, she is singing. And the ancients, they knew how to listen. But we are only now beginning to hear the echoes, again, soft, distant, faint, yet rising. And if the hum is returning, what happens when we finally remember how to answer? What happens when the lines align once more? Maybe the flood wasn't the end. Maybe it was a reset. And maybe the grid is the key to what came before, because it was never just a map of the world. It was a map of us. And the moment we remember the pattern, we remember who we were, and who we were was never small. We were the bridge between heaven and earth, the keepers of resonance, the children of the hum. And we still are, if we choose to hear it, if we choose to step into the pattern again, not as architects, but as rememberers, not to control the grid, but to become part of its song. And if we truly do, the earth may awaken, once more not as a planet, but as a memory, dreaming itself back into light. Section 11. The builders with no name. We walk among their ruins, but cannot speak their names. Their walls rise in silence, not as monuments to glory, but as whispers from a forgotten time. At the edge of the Bolivian highlands, where the wind speaks in riddles and the air is thin with memory, lies a riddle carved in stone. Puma, punku, not built, but placed, not carved, but shaped, as if the stone had softened for a moment beneath unknown hands, molded like clay, and then hardened, forever. Blocks weighing dozens of tons, split with machine-like precision. Angles that mock our modern tools. Joints so perfect that even a razor cannot pass between them. This is not erosion. This is not accident. This is mastery. And yet, no name is attached. No glyph, no signature, no proclamation of conquest. Silence. Puma punku. Alanti tambo. Tiwanaku. Each. Sight is a song without a singer. We are told they are Incan, but the Inca themselves did not claim them in their oral traditions. Passed through generations like sacred fire, they spoke of Viracachas, radiant beings, bearded and tall, who brought knowledge before vanishing into the seas. The Inca did not build these foundations. They inherited them. They built upon the bones of something older, something vast, something buried, not only in time, but in memory. And if you look closer, you feel it, the weight, the order, the design. Stones, cut not only with precision, but intention. Every surface, a plane of knowing. Every angle an echo of a language we have forgotten how to read. Look at the H blocks of Puma punku, each one a code, a blueprint, not random, not decorative. They interlock, resonate, and they were not quarried nearby. Some of these stones were transported from over 50 kilometers away, across valleys, up slopes, over rivers, with what? Wooden rollers, ropes, and laborers. We cannot replicate them today with all our cranes and cranes and cranes, and still they tell us the ancients used stone tools, bronze chisels, but bronze cannot score diorite. Bronze shatters against andesite. This is not theory, it is physics. So the question returns louder each time. Who built this? Who had the knowledge to not just move stone, but to speak through it? Who understood vibration, weight, balance, the hidden frequencies of Earth herself? Because these were not simple shelters. These were harmonic, aligned with solstice paths, oriented with stargates, linked to sky and soil alike. It wasn't just architecture. It was awareness, encoded in stone, and it was global. The same joins, found in the Andes, appear in Egypt. The same beveling scene in Cusco repeats at Giza. The same lifting precision appears in Lebanon, across oceans, across eras, across cultures that we are told never met. Yet the stone says otherwise. It tells us there was once a science of building that was also a science of being, a language that fused geometry, vibration, and soul. It tells us there were once builders who remembered the world before the flood, who did not learn to shape stone. They remembered how, and when cataclysm came, when fire or water or ice swept across the world, they left no books, no scripts, only monuments, because they knew stone remembers. And maybe they knew this too, that someday their ruins would be found again, that we would walk among them in confusion, in awe, in disbelief, that we would feel the pull, the ache, the whisper, and maybe, just maybe, we would begin to ask again, not with arrogance, but with reverence, because it is not only about how they cut the stone, it is about why were these places meant to last through time or through forgetting. Were they gates, markers, messages? Perhaps we are not meant to decipher them fully. Perhaps their purpose was never literal, but energetic, to awaken something in us. A recognition, a stirring, a return, because if they really were the builders with no names, perhaps it is because their names are not meant to be spoken, only remembered. And in the remembering, maybe we'll find that we are not the inheritors of a broken lineage. We are the fragments, the dust of a dream once carved in stone, waiting, patient as basalt, for the moment. We look past the textbook and feel the truth humming through our bones. They didn't disappear. They became the silence, the quiet geometry between stars, the rhythm of Earth's breath shaped into stone. And if we learn to listen again, we may realize we were not the first, and we will not be the last. Section 12. The DNA that shouldn't exist. We like to think we know who we are, that our bloodlines flow cleanly through time, traced from tribes to kingdoms, from villages to cities, that we are the peak of a single, unbroken climb, from cave to cathedral, from spark to satellite. But blood tells another story, a deeper one, a stranger one, because buried within the double helix, beneath the folds of flesh and memory, there are codes that do not belong, not fully, not Icily, not human, at least not by any definition we understand. Scientists call them archaic admixtures, fragments of DNA that whisper of ancestors never named, faces never drawn, civilizations never recorded. We carry them still. They surface in the high altitudes of Tibet, where modern humans shouldn't have adapted so quickly. In the island peoples of Melanesia, whose genomes hold nearly 5% of something. Other.DENISOVAN. That's the word we give it now. A name pulled from a Siberian cave, where a tooth and a sliver of bone unlocked a flood of questions. But it's only a placeholder, a mask for something we do not truly see, because Denisovans, like the Neanderthals, were not just relatives. They were parallel beings, and yet the DNA goes further, beyond the Denisovan, beyond the Neanderthal. In some lineages, there are traces of something else, a third hominin, unidentified, unknown, unnamed, and this is not myth. It is not rumor, it is science, reluctantly whispered through peer-reviewed teeth. We are hybrids. Our genome is a patchwork of echoes, stitched together from different species, different bloodlines, different beginnings, and still, no one knows where these ancestors lived. No bones, no tools, only fingerprints left on the inside. How did we survive them? Or did they survive in us? Maybe they were wiped away, not by evolution, but by fire, by flood, by something that burned the sky and swallowed the earth. And those who remained, the scattered, the wandering, carried with them not only memory, but code, instructions hidden in chromosomes, not to build cities, but to remember what once was. What if our myths of gods descending from the sky, our stories of watchers, of teachers, of luminous beings, were not imagination? What if they were genetic memories, imprints of those who came before or from elsewhere, encoded in bone, blood, and brain? Because what is DNA if not a language? A language that remembers longer than stone, a scroll no fire can burn, a temple built not with granite, but with carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, shaped into sacred spirals. And what if those spirals were designed? What if they were seeded across species, across time, across worlds? Maybe we didn't evolve alone. Maybe we were helped by those who came when the stars were still young, who saw in this world not a jungle, but a canvas. They didn't need spaceships. They used the womb. They planted knowledge where it could grow, where it could dream, where it could forget. and one day remember. And what we call junk DNA, maybe it isn't junk at all. Maybe it's locked, dormant, waiting for frequency, for light, for timing. Maybe the flood wasn't just water. Maybe it was reset, and we, the survivors, inherited more than just trauma. We inherited potential to awaken, to reconnect, to activate what was once known. The ancient temples align to stars. The old myths speak of beings from the sky, and the blood speaks too, quietly, persistently, like a chant beneath heartbeat. We are not just human, we are descendants. We are experiments. We are bridges between species that science has not yet named. And perhaps that is why every empire, every priesthood, every kingdom that rose sought to control bloodlines, not for power, but for memory. They knew deep within the blood are doors, and some doors open inward. Maybe this is why sacred lineages were guarded, why kings claimed descent from the stars, why initiates spoke of awakening serpent fire, the coiled energy at the base of the spine, shaped like the double helix, because they remembered, or at least something inside them did. And now, here we are, scanning DNA, mapping genomes, counting chromosomes, but what we find doesn't fit. It disrupts, it questions, it refuses the neat story of accidental evolution. It says, you are not one species. You are a convergence. You are the voice of something that refused to die, the spark of something that remembered how to return. And if we truly listen to the pulse beneath the skin, to the code within the cell, we might hear the question rising again. What if the Garden of Eden was not a place, but a genome, and the fall was forgetting? Then the awakening must begin in the blood, not by changing it, but by remembering what it carries. Because perhaps the truth has never been outside us. It has always been spiraling within, waiting for us to look not outward, but inward, to recognize the ancient in our breath, our instincts, our longing, and ask, if we are not just human, what else are we? What else have we always been? Section 13. The minds of the Anunnaki were not the first to seek the gleam of gold. Long before history etched its marks in stone, long before empires carved their gods in marble, something ancient stirred beneath the soil of Africa. Not myth, not legend, but scars in the earth, deep, methodical, deliberate. They are called minds, but they are older than any mind should be. In South Africa, near the ruins of Mapungubu and Great Zimbabwe, beneath grasslands swept by forgotten winds, lie strange circular structures and tunnels descending into time itself. Some say they are over 200,000 years old, not shaped by erosion or accident, but by purpose, a purpose that no known civilization should have possessed. Why mine gold in the deep recesses of prehistory? Why labor in the earth when there were no cities, no kings, no metallurgy, unless the ones who mined were not primitive, but sentient, organized, commanded? And the oldest records to speak of such beings do not come from Africa. They come from Sumer, cuneiform tablets, brittle with age, carved in clay, with styluses made of reed, speak of gods who came from the stars. They were not metaphorical. The Sumerians gave them names, faces, roles, histories. They were the Anunnaki, those who came down from the heavens, and they came for gold, not riches, not trade, but for something deeper, alchemical, technological, divine, to save their own world. The Sumerians said the Anunnaki required gold to stabilize their atmosphere, not crude metal, refined, suspended, radiant, and earth was rich. So they came, not in myth, but in memory. They did not arrive in the age of kings. They arrived before kingship descended from heaven. They found primitive hominins, Homo erectus, perhaps, and they intervened. What if the Sumerian tales of gods creating humans in clay were not religious allegory, but fragmented biology? What if clay meant genome? What if breath of life meant code? They did not create us from nothing. They modified what was already here. The texts speak of Enki, the master of genetic arts, and Ninhursag, the goddess of birth, and shaping they combined divine blood with the beings of earth to make a worker, to mine gold, to serve the gods, and then they left, not in ships, but in silence. And the humans they shaped, multiplied, but the minds remained. And their age defies us still. In Impumanga, strange structures cover the land, millions of stone circles, linked by channels, observed from the air as if designed to be seen from above, aligned with solstices, built upon resonance, perhaps not dwellings, but energy nodes, and at the heart of it all, gold. These mines were dug with care, not by primitive hands, but by techniques that suggest planning, repetition, and knowledge, tools that should not exist, depths too precise for randomness. Geologists find them puzzled. Archaeologists date them, then quietly step back, because if they are 200,000 years old, the entire timeline collapses. Agriculture is only 12,000 years old. The first cities, minus 6,000. The wheel, 5,500. But these mines were already ancient before any of that began. They are prehistoric, not in name, but in reality, and across the sea, in Sumer. The texts say more. They speak of rebellion among the Anunnaki, of slaves growing tired, of gods retreating, of knowledge left behind, and among the humans, memories burned into myth, memories of watchers, shining ones, sky fathers, of those who brought laws, calendars, stars. Why did so many ancient cultures obsess over gold when it had no practical value? Why did Egyptians line their tombs with it? Why did Incas call it the sweat of the sun? Why do Hindu epics speak of flying cities that gleamed like gold? Because perhaps gold is not just metal, it is memory. It is echo, a resonance of a time when gods walked the earth, and we, their shaped children, watched them vanish into the clouds. And perhaps those gods were not divine, just advanced, just older, and maybe not from here. But why is this story so obscure? Why does no history book mention mines in South Africa older than agriculture itself? Why does academia dodge the Anunnaki, dismissing it as myth when the tablets remain unchanged and untranslated by millions? Because this isn't just history. It's forbidden history. A timeline that suggests we did not rise alone. That our greatest leap, consciousness, language, society, may not have been ours at all. It was given. And if we admit that, everything else must be rethought. The Great Pyramids, the sudden birth of Sumer, the star maps of the Dogon, the aligned megaliths of the Andes. They all whisper the same possibility, that humans once walked among those who were not quite human, that gods were not imagined, they were remembered, and that the mines of South Africa are not ruins, but evidence, And if we follow the veins of gold far enough into the earth, into the DNA, into the myths we tried to forget, we may not find treasure. We may find origin, because perhaps the fall of man was not a sin. It was a separation, and the return is remembering what we were made for. They say gold does not tarnish, but the truth around it does. As we peer deeper into the origins of these South African mines, a strange unease takes hold, as if we are staring into a mirror that shows not only the past, but something far older and far more alien than we are prepared to accept. Satellite imaging reveals vast geometries in the terrain, circles, spirals, grids extending across hundreds of kilometers. Not random, not natural. These patterns form a kind of ancient circuitry, as though the very earth had once been encoded, programmed, perhaps to resonate. Could these stone formations have been more than mere walls? Could they have been frequency chambers, designed to harmonize with the mines, the gold, and the bodies that worked them? Sound, after all, was sacred to the ancients. In every creation myth, the universe begins not with light, but with vibration, with word, with breath, with tone. So imagine this, an ancient civilization not built on metal or fire, but on frequency and resonance. The stones weren't placed for shelter, they were tuned. The mines weren't just excavated, they were awakened. And the gold wasn't just mined, it was activated. There are legends whispered among the Zulu elders of beings who came down from the sky, beings who enslaved the early humans and taught them how to extract something sacred from the ground. Gold that fed the gods, gold that sang. This echoes far beyond Africa. In Mesoamerica, the gods demanded gold. In Vedic India, golden vimanas soared through the sky. In Egypt, pharaohs were wrapped in gold to become stars. Why did so many distant cultures, unconnected by history, yet united by myth, worship this metal above all others? Was gold the physical key to a forgotten technology? Was it a conductor, not just of electricity, but of something subtler? Consciousness, perhaps, dimensional alignment. The Anunnaki did not just take gold, they left patterns, left stories, left bloodlines. In the Sumerian king list, reigns are recorded that spanned tens of thousands of years, lifespans beyond reason. These were not kings in the mortal sense. They were rulers from the before time, before the flood, before memory fractured. And here's what haunts us. The story is too consistent to ignore across cultures and continents. In stories separated by oceans and millennia, there echoes the same sequence. Gods arrive from the sky. They reshape the earth. They teach, they rule, they mine, then they vanish, and we are left behind, confused, uplifted, and cursed with memory. But memory can be buried in soil, in stone, in flesh, and perhaps in shame. Because if we were created for labor, if our divine spark came not from enlightenment, but from manipulation, what does that make us? Slaves or seeds? Was our intelligence an accident of rebellion, or the quiet gift of one Anunnaki who loved us too much? Perhaps Enki, who defied the council to uplift the humans, placed more in us than code. Perhaps he gave us the capacity to remember, not with language, but with longing. Longing for the stars, longing for truth, longing for the gods who shaped us and then left us to find our way. And maybe that is the true gold. Not what lies beneath the ground, but what lies dormant in our blood. These ancient mines, these tunnels in South Africa, are not just evidence, they are echoes. We were there, not as who we are, but as who we once were, primitive in form, but infinite in potential. Watched by eyes that saw across dimensions, worked, yes, but also witnessed, and perhaps that is why they left. Because the experiment had taken root, because the spark had caught fire. We began to dream, not of gold, but of gods, and so the gods retreated, not destroyed, not gone, just waiting. Behind veils we do not yet know how to lift. Perhaps they watch still from behind the stars, or perhaps they are already returning, not in ships this time, but through memory, through dreams, through the rising pulse of forgotten frequencies, vibrating again across the earth, through us. And if gold truly remembers, then so do we, not as miners, not as slaves, but as children of something lost and rising. The mines have long been silent, but the story is waking again. Maybe the gods will return, or maybe they never left. Maybe the Anunnaki were never myth at all. Maybe we were the myth, and now we begin to remember. Section 14. The city that whispered in stars. There are cities that were not built. They were summoned, not from stone or sweat, but from silence, from a memory too vast to be contained in scrolls or speech. A memory etched instead into the skin of the earth and lifted toward the heavens, one perfect alignment at a time. These cities do not speak in the language of bricks or kings. They whisper in geometry, in shadow and starlight. Angkor Wat, a jungle cathedral that mirrors the constellation of Draco, the dragon that winds around the northern sky like a cosmic serpent, guarding the pole of the world. But why would a Cambodian temple complex, deep in the tropical mist, echo a pattern of northern stars that would have matched the sky, not today, but thousands of years ago? Was it just reverence for the heavens, or was it memory? What kind of civilization maps its gods, not on paper, but across miles of earth? What kind of mind builds stone towers that track equinoxes, solstices, and lunar eclipses with the precision of atomic clocks? This was not worship. This was communion. Teotihuacan, the place where gods were born. 3 pyramids laid out, in alignment with Orion's belt, just like Giza, just like ancient sacred sites across continents that supposedly never touched. Yet they whisper the same patterns, the same stars. It is as if these cities were not designed as homes for men, but as mirrors for the cosmos. Reflections cast in limestone and obsidian to recall some greater order, not just as above, so below, but as before, so again. We call this architecture, but it was something more. It was a way of remembering without words, because the body forgets and the empires burn, but the stars return. And if you encode your message in the sky, then one day, when the cycle spins once more, those with eyes to see may remember what was lost. But who began this celestial tradition? Was it the Mayans, the Egyptians, the Khmer? Or were they simply the inheritors of something older? Perhaps these stellar blueprints were not born on Earth at all. Perhaps they descend from a time when the sky was a map, and the map was a message from before the flood, before Babel fractured our tongues, before we forgot that we are not alone. Even the Incas, the Dogon, the Navajo, they all spoke of star beings, sky people, watchers, who descended not as invaders, but as teachers. And what did they teach? They taught us to measure, to align, to remember dot through stone, through shadow, through the breathless architecture of light. Consider the ancient city of Nan Madol, floating on basalt islands in Micronesia, aligned to lunar cycles and tides with such eerie precision. It mimics the rhythms of the moon, or the temples of Hampi in India, where the very ground was carved with instruments that resonated in frequencies only the stars could complete. These weren't buildings. They were songs composed in frequency and shape, tuned to the earth and tuned to the heavens. Each city a note, each alignment a chord. Together, they formed a melody, a planetary symphony that echoed something far beyond ritual. Maybe these cities were part of a planetary instrument. Maybe they weren't built to worship the stars, but to speak with them. In the void of deep space, we measure time in rotations and distances, the precession of the equinoxes, the slow waltz of Earth's axis across 26,000 years. And yet these same cycles are carved into ancient ruins. The Mayan long count, the Dendera zodiac, the temple pillars that mark the rising and setting of forgotten constellations. How could they have known? How could these so-called primitive peoples have mapped galactic movements that require telescopes we invented only centuries ago, unless they didn't rediscover it, unless they remembered it? And what if that memory wasn't purely intellectual? What if it was genetic? What if there were lineages, priest kings, sky-chosen bloodlines who were seeded with a kind of remembering, not of events, but of resonance? We think of memory as something housed in the brain, but the ancients didn't dot to them. Memory lived in water, in breath, in fire, in song, in stone. The layout of Angkor Wat isn't just precise, it's symbolic. The 5 towers rise like the peaks of Mount Meru, the mythical center of all worlds, both physical and divine. It's a map not only of earth and sky, but of inner ascent. To walk these causeways is to climb a path inward, to retrace the spiral of the soul, upward through dimensions we've forgotten how to name. Maybe that's what the stars were really for, not navigation, but initiation. And so, we must ask, who first looked up and saw a home? Who first looked down and mirrored the sky? Were they human, or were they the ones we now call gods? Not because they demanded worship, but because they remembered the order we had lost. And what if these gods weren't supernatural, but interstellar? What if the constellations were their signatures, left behind as markers, so we might one day return to the path? A breadcrumb trail across space and time, and Earth, the forgotten node along the way. Perhaps every star-lined city is a doorway, but not one we walk through with feet. A doorway we awaken with memory, because when the stars whisper, they do not shout. Their voice is soft, subtle, subsonic. You do not hear it, you feel it. And in places like Angkor, Teotihuacan, Giza, Nabta, Playa, the earth still hums with that forgotten sound. A code left buried beneath centuries of dust and conquest. A pulse waiting to be remembered, not with the mind, but with the soul. So stand in the shadow of those temples. Breathe the geometry. Trace the stars with your eyes. And ask yourself, was this city built, or was it recalled? Not just an echo of a past civilization, but a resonance of something older than history, something that still watches us through the eyes of stone and the whisper of stars. Section 15. Before the moon, there was once a sky with no moon, no pale eye watching over the oceans, no silver companion rising over stone temples and still waters, no tide to pull the blood, no light to split the night, just darkness and stars, sharp, endless, unbroken. This is not science fiction, it is memory, a memory whispered in the myths of the Hopi, the Zulu, the Greeks, the Maya, of a world that spun beneath the sun alone, until something changed. They say the moon came later. It was not born with the earth. It arrived, and when it did, the world was never the same in ancient Sumer. The scribes wrote of a time before sin. The moon god had taken his place among the heavens. In Colombia, the Muisca elders spoke of a sky without the moon, where the earth was ruled by silence. In Africa, the Zulu speak of two brothers, Wawin and Mpanku, who brought the moon from another realm and set it in place, altering time itself. These are not bedtime stories. They are echoes, echoes of a sky that was once whole and then divided. For the moon is not just a rock, it is a rhythm, a calendar, a mirror dot. Its presence governs menstruation, migration, cultivation. Its cycles bind us to time, to aging, to rebirth, to forgetting. But what if it was never meant to be here? What if this satellite was not captured by chance, but placed? Look at the numbers. The moon is 400 times smaller than the sun, but 400 times closer. A perfect ratio, allowing for total solar eclipses that reveal the sun's corona, the crown. This kind of mathematical elegance does not occur easily. It feels designed, engineered, almost, introduced. Some scientists have quietly asked, is the moon hollow? Why does it ring like a bell when struck, as Apollo missions recorded? Why are its craters uniformly shallow, regardless of impact size? Why does it not spin randomly like most celestial bodies? Why does it seem more like a machine than a moon? These questions are not welcomed in academic halls. They fracture the story. They pull at the threads. But myths do not lie. They speak in symbols and across thousands of miles. In cultures that never touched, the same story repeats. There was a time before the moon, before tides, before floods, before time was chopped into months, and the body was bound to the womb of gravity. In those days, the earth may have been wilder, freer. Perhaps the ancient golden ages, the Yugas, the Zep-Tepi, the first times, belong to that forgotten epoch, when humans remembered their origins among the stars, and the veil between worlds had not yet thickened. And then something fell, or was placed, and the heavens shifted. In Greece, Aristotle spoke of Pelasgians who lived before the moon was in the sky. The Arcadians were called Proselenes, meaning before the moon. In Bolivia, carved into megalithic ruins, the Aymara calendar begins, not with the sun, but with the absence of the moon. What kind of event would have carved itself into the memory of so many people in so many lands for so many millennia? Only a sky changer. Only a world shifter. And so the question returns, what is the moon? Is it natural, a product of ancient collision, or is it a monument, a signal, a regulator, a key placed not by gods, but by those we mistook for gods? Arrival corresponds with great floods, with sudden shifts in climate, with the loss of memory, the crumbling of pre-flood civilizations, as if the sky was rewritten and with it, the story of mankind. Could the moon be a veil? A stabilizer, yes, but also a limiter. keeping Earth's axis in check, while keeping our minds bound to a cycle we did not choose. We worship its beauty. We trace its glow in poems and songs, but we do not question its origin. Perhaps because, deep down, we know it wasn't always there. And if something placed the moon, what else did it place, and why? In a world without the moon, there would be no months, only seasons, no tides, only the winds, no monthly bleeding, only eternal flow, a world beyond rhythm, or before it. Maybe that's why the ancients spoke of immortality. Maybe they were not bounded by time as we are. Maybe they remembered how to live without the moon's shadow marking their lives into fragments. But now we are lunar beings, moon-drunk, tide-tied, clock-dash, bound. Our bodies obey its phases. Our emotions swell and crash with its pull, and yet every full moon is a reminder that something happened, something was changed. It is the silent witness to the forgotten fall. What if the moon is not just a mystery of astronomy, but a symbol of our captivity, a luminous gatekeeper, both beautiful and cold, circling endlessly, watching, measuring, remembering? Some say it is artificial. Some say it is alive. Some say it is a record, a black box containing the memories of a lost age. Whatever it is not what we think. And somewhere, beneath the silence of its light, our bones remember. They remember a time before the tides, before the counting, before the sky wore a silver crown. Maybe the moon is a mask, and the sky behind it is waiting to be seen again. Section 16. The metal science can't explain some elements don't belong in the periodic table, not because they break its rules, but because they break memory. ORICHLCUM. The name itself shimmers, not with light, but with something older, a resonance, a forgotten chord once struck between metal and myth. Plato wrote of it in hushed reverence. In his dialogues, he described Atlantis as a kingdom bathed in strange fire, its walls gleaming with orichalcum, second only to gold in value and beauty. A metal not just forged, but remembered. He said it shone like flame. For centuries, it was dismissed as allegory, a symbol, a poetic flourish in a tale of sunken pride, until it was found in 2015. 13.9 ingots were pulled from the sea off the coast of Sicily, shipwrecked, encrusted with time, glowing faintly red like iron. Remembering the forge, they called it orichalcum. Tests revealed it to be a copper alloy, but not just any copper alloy. It bore traces of zinc, nickel, lead, and rare earths in proportions unfamiliar to modern metallurgy. Not quite brass, not quite bronze, something else, something that shouldn't exist, at least not in the time frame it was found, not in the form it took, not with the properties it held, like a memory trying to survive the flood. And suddenly, the myth had weight, the metal had body, the metaphor had teeth. What kind of civilization crafts beauty from mystery? What kind of fire forges a metal that holds both color and code? Because ancient metallurgy wasn't primitive, it was purposeful. Across the pre-modern world, we find alloys that confound explanation. The iron pillar of Delhi, untouched by rust for 1,600 years. The Heinkel steel of Damascus blades, memory steel that remembers its edge. Vitrified stone walls in Peru and Scotland, melted into glass. Liquid mercury sealed beneath pyramids in Teotihuacan and China. Each is a signature. not of superstition, but of lost science, and orichalcum may have been the crown, not just a material, but a conductor, not just a decoration, but a transmitter, a metal that holds frequency, hums with solar memory, echoes the Earth's magnetic skin. What if it wasn't merely currency or ornament, but a language? Some researchers now speculate that orichalcum, in its true form, may have had piezoelectric or resonant properties, capable of storing information, harmonizing with human intention, or amplifying sound, a kind of ancient silicon, Stone Age circuitry. Others whisper that it was used to line the inner sanctums of sacred temples, to hold frequency, to speak to the stars. In ancient texts, the priest-kings of Atlantis did not merely build, they tuned. Their architecture sang. Their cities shimmered with resonance. Orichalcum may have been the key. And then came the flood, and the metal that gleamed like flame sank beneath the sea. Yet, even in ruins, it remains, not only in the Sicilian wreck, but in echoes, in pre-Columbian legends of fire metal, in Vedic hymns describing Shukraloha, radiant alloys that sang in ritual. In the scrolls of Alexandria, now lost to ash, said to contain blueprints of transmutation. In the walls of the Great Pyramid, where some claim a subtle charge still hums through stone. Was it all coincidence? Or was it memory, encoded in metal, repeating across cultures like a song half remembered? Perhaps we were not meant to smelt merely for tools. Perhaps we once smelted to remember, to bind heaven to earth, to forge intention into matter. And now we find the traces, on the seafloor, in sealed tombs, beneath layers of denial. And we ask, why does the modern world not know this metal? Not because it is unknown, but because it is unspoken. Its rediscovery threatens the foundation of timelines. It suggests not a slow crawl from bronze to steel, but a fall from brilliance, from mastery. Because if Atlantis was real, if orichalcum was more than myth, then history isn't linear, it's cyclical. And we are the Eninis SIACS, somewhere, deep beneath temple stones and ocean silt, the circuitry of a former world lies. Dormant. Not just machines, but materials that once bridged spirit and science, matter that hummed with meaning. And perhaps, just perhaps, we will learn to listen again. Section 17. The codes in stone that no one can read. Not all languages are made of words. Some are older, carved not with ink, but with intent, etched not on parchment, but into the very bones of the earth, across deserts, valleys, and mountains. Spines, megaliths rise like frozen echoes, immense stones balanced with impossible precision, not random, not ruin, but message, and yet no one can read them. We see the spirals at Newgrange, the cup marks in Scandinavia, the thunderbolt glyphs of Göbekli Tepe. We see the serpents winding around granite in Bolivia, the feathered patterns etched into Teotihuacan's bones. We see them, but we do not hear them, because the stone speaks a frequency we've forgotten how to feel. These were not decorations, they were inscriptions in a language without letters, a vibrational script, a memory code. Some say they are star maps, others say they are calendars. But there's another possibility. What if they are musical scores, not to be read with the eyes, but resonated through vibration, through sound, through frequency and silence? Many ancient chambers echo with tones we can measure, but not. Explain the king's chamber in the Great Pyramid. hums at 440 Hz. The hypogeum of Calciflini in Malta amplifies sound at 111 Hz, the same frequency that stimulates theta brainwaves, altering consciousness. Inside these stones, sound is not an accident. It is design, a design we no longer understand, because long before we carved alphabets, we carved harmonics, we carved geometry, we carved intent. Some symbols repeat with unnerving regularity. The spiral, the three-finger claw, the forked tree, the double circle with inner dot. How did the same symbol echo across civilizations supposedly unconnected, unless the stones were part of something bigger, a global system, a vibrational network? What if these monuments were not separate sites, but individual nodes in a planetary archive, not books, but records, encoded with geometry, aligned to ley lines, charged with quartz and magnetite, stone as data and language, as vibration. Modern science is catching up, slowly, cautiously. Cymatics reveals that sound can shape matter. Sand forms mandalas on vibrating plates. Water takes on sacred geometries when exposed to frequency. Human cells react to tone. If sound can sculpt sand, what did the ancients sculpt with sound? What if the monoliths were tuning forks, activated through chant, fire, or focused thought? What if every symbol is not a static carving, but a key to memory, to energy, to consciousness, a code we lost not by accident, but by design, because something happened, something silenced the song, the global resonance, and with it, the ability to read the stones. Priests became kings. Kings became tyrants. Tyrants forgot the code, and we forgot the silence beneath sound. Look again at the megaliths, not just for size, not just for age, but for design. Polygonal, stones that fit like softened wax, joints too precise for modern tools, stones fused at angles mathematically aligned to solar arcs and lunar cycles, stone circles that mark eclipses, pillars that echo solstices, glyphs that glow under ultraviolet light. This is not primitive. This is remembered, an inheritance, perhaps, left behind by a people who knew they were leaving, not to be understood, but to be reawakened when the earth was ready again. The shamans say that language once emerged not from the mouth, but from the heart, that we once felt the glyphs in the bones, that stone was alive, and we spoke with it, not through sound, but through resonance. There are stories of initiates who slept in temples to receive dreams, of walls that sang when touched, of voices in the caves, hallucinations, visions, emotions not their own, as if the structure itself remembers, because memory isn't limited to neurons. It can live in quartz, in vibration, in stone, and perhaps these carvings were not meant to be read with eyes. They were meant to be activated, a resonance switch, a frequency gate, a key buried in plain sight. Our ancestors weren't just builders, they were geomancers, frequency engineers, keepers of a language older than sound. But then came the silence, the forgetting, the burning of scrolls, the shattering of statues, the translation of glyphs into guesses. We study the surface, but miss the depth, because language wasn't always horizontal. Sometimes it moved vertically, through vibration, from ground to crown, from root to star. And now the question lingers in stone. If these carvings are codes, who were they written for? For us, or for something watching? Maybe the monoliths were meant to be found, not just seen, but remembered. And maybe, when enough of them are activated, when the right frequencies are restored, when the glyphs are no longer guessed but felt, the earth itself will awaken the archive. Not a voice, not a word, but a knowing, older than writing, deeper than sound. A memory not stored in books, but in the bones of the earth. Then let us descend further, beneath the carvings, beneath the resonance, into what may be the true forgotten language of earth itself. There is a reason quartz lines so many of these sites, a reason why granite, with its piezoelectric properties, was favored across continents, a reason why underground chambers were polished smooth to sing when struck by chanting, wind, or firelight. The ancients were not merely placing stones, they were composing them. In Andean Peru, some claim that walls respond to intention. In Tibet, monks chant into bowls and levitate dust. In Egypt, the sistrum was not a rattle, but a resonance tool. In India, certain temple corridors amplify only one note and nothing else. What if the walls once held a charge? What if the glyphs were circuit diagrams? What if cathedrals, pyramids, and dolmens were not monuments, but instruments that no longer play because we forgot the tuning? But traces remain. Petroglyphs fluoresce under blacklight. Granite hums when solar storms pass overhead. Some stone chambers generate inaudible low frequencies that alter heart rate and brain state. These are not myths, these are measurements, and still, the mainstream calls them coincidence, decoration, superstition, because to accept that these stones encode more than art would mean acknowledging a civilization far older and far more advanced in non-technological ways than we are prepared to admit. Not technologically advanced in the way we think, not digital, not mechanical, but vibrational, biogeometric, rooted in harmony with the Earth's pulse, an intelligence aligned to rhythm, not control, to cycles, not conquest. The further back we look, the more sophisticated the silence becomes. And now, as we stand surrounded by these forgotten symphonies of stone, we must ask, what else is hidden in plain sight? Because if memory can be stored in rock, if language can be frequency, if truth can be carved not to be read, but to be felt, then what we call ruins may not be ruins at all. They may be reminders, they may be warnings, they may be mirrors, whispers from a world that remembered how to listen, a world before fracture, before translation, before forgetting, before the stones fell silent. But even now, some still vibrate, waiting for a voice that knows the tone, waiting for footsteps that remember the path, waiting for a species brave enough to stop speaking and start listening. Because the question is no longer whether the stones hold codes. The question is, are we still capable of hearing them? And if they truly were messages meant to be found only when the earth was ready, then maybe it's not the stones that are waking up. Maybe it's us. Maybe we were always the frequency they were waiting for. And if that's true, then somewhere in the stillness between symbols and sound, the memory returns, not as noise, not as knowledge, but as vibrational language that cannot be read, only remembered. And beneath every glyph, behind every megalith, within every chamber, that memory still hums, waiting, humming, calling. And if we ever answer it, we may not be the same. We may not be just human. We may be something. We were always meant to become something that knows how to feel. Stone as memory, sound as light, silence as the oldest word of all. Maybe they weren't just codes. Maybe they were invitations. And we were never meant to understand them with the mind, but to remember them with the soul. And if that's true, what else have we mistaken for decoration? What other frequencies are still buried, just waiting for the right silence to unlock them? Section 18. The disasters that reset time history is not a straight line. It is a heartbeat, pulsing, collapsing, beginning again. A rhythm of rise and ruin, of brilliance, then silence. Civilizations are not born in darkness and rise into light. They often begin in light and vanish into ashdot across the Earth's memory. There are scars too deep to explain with erosion, layers of soot, bone, and glass, melted mountains, oceans that once stood in deserts, frozen mammoths, with food still in their mouths. These are not myths. These are fractures, and behind them, perhaps the outlines of something we were never meant to remember. They call it the Younger Dryas Impact Hypothesis, a cosmic wound from 12,800 years ago. An asteroid or comet fragment that struck the Earth, triggering firestorms, floods, extinction. North America burned. The mammoths vanished. Sea levels surged. And just like that, the timeline was reset. Nor the last dot every 12,000 to 13,000 years. Something echoes through Earth's geological record. A pulse of catastrophe. Is it celestial, cosmic alignment, a recurring impactor, or something even more ancient, a forgotten mechanism of the planet itself? And here, buried in the mud of memory, a darker question emerges. What if these resets weren't just natural? What if they were responses? What if something was rising too fast, too bright, too soon? Ancient flood myths do not speak only of water. They speak of warnings, of pride punished, of cities drowned by gods displeased in Sumer in India, in Mesoamerica, in the cold echoes of Norse and the chants of Aboriginal Dreamtime. They all speak of the world. Before the flood, before the fire, before the veil fell. What if the veil was placed? What if these stories were not metaphor, but memory? At Göbekli Tepe, 12,000 years old. A pillar depicts a comet striking Earth, a vulture, a scorpion, falling stars. The date encoded in stone, not prophecy, remembrance. In Greenland, nanodiamonds form a layer across the ice, the kind created by high heat impact. In Syria, in India, in the Gobi Desert, glassified ruins and trinitite glass dot in South Africa. Caves hold human tools from 200,000 years ago. But who taught them metallurgy? And why do so many timelines end, not in decline, but in obliteration? The question is not whether disaster struck, it is what it struck. Because if an advanced civilization once stood before us, it did not fade, it did not fall, it was erased. They didn't leave, they were ended by water, by fire, by sky, by something so total that it became myth overnight. But Earth remembers. Magnetic field reversals now show a regular rhythm every few 100,000 years. The poles shift. North becomes south. The magnetosphere weakens. Radiation floods in. Species vanish. Oceans boil. Climates collapse. And yet, life continues. Because the Earth is not dying in these moments. It is shedding. .rebirthing, the story. Again, .end. If we are honest, we see the pattern now, not just in strata and soot, but in the silence of ruins, too perfect to be primitive, in cities submerged beyond the reach of remembered history, in megaliths not built for survival, but for memory, not memory, carried forward by those who survived the last ending. Perhaps not all were lost. Perhaps some remembered and encoded their warnings in geometry, in alignment, in myth, not to be read in their time, but to be unlocked in ours, because we are now approaching the end of another cycle. The poles are shifting again. The magnetic field is weakening. The climate is becoming erratic. Fire and flood rise as prophecy, disguised as weather. And still we believe we are the first. Still we believe we are alone. Still we believe that history began with us. But the earth has buried older dreams than ours, and the fire has consumed deeper truths. So what came before? And why was it erased? Not by accident, not by time, but perhaps by design, to protect us from what we were not yet ready to hold, or to hide truths that could unmake the present order. What if our myths of gods and giants and star being were just echoes of those who lived before the last flame? Not divine, not fantasy, just remembered, distorted by fear, preserved by ritual, buried beneath layers of time and disbelief. But the bones remain, the soot remains, the silence remains, and beneath it all, the pattern, rising, burning, flooding, falling, then silence, then seeds, then it begins again. But this time we are here. This time we see the signs. And the question is not, will it happen again? The question is, has it already begun? And if so, will we remember next time? Or will we, too, be buried beneath the ash of our arrogance, the flood of our forgetting? Because maybe history is not a line, but a circle, and we are not the beginning. We are just the latest note in a song that began long before us. And if we cannot remember the first verse, we will never survive the final one. So listen, look, deeper, feel the pulse beneath the timeline, because the next verse is already writing itself, in fire, in flood, in silence, and this time we may be the myth. Section 19. The book that shouldn't exist. There are pages that bleed time, not with dates or ink, but with symbols that pulse like dreams, fragments of a world that should not be known, and yet somehow is remembered in a library's forgotten vault, bound in calfskin, pressed in silence, rests a manuscript no one can read, no title, no author, no known tongue, just a script that dances like the wind through leaves and curves like water whispering to stone. They call it the Voynich manuscript, but that is just the name of the man who found it, not the one who wrote it. It surfaced in 1912, but it did not begin there. Its parchment dates to the early 15th century, and its mystery far older, over 200 pages of looping glyphs, spiraling, diagrams, stars, and strange women, roots and stems from plants no botanist has ever classified. It is a language without cousin, a vocabulary without border, a knowledge without context. Some say it's a code, others a hoax, but the ink does not lie. Carbon dating anchors it in time, and linguistic patterns suggest structure, purpose. So, what mind could write such a thing, and why? The script flows with the rhythm of intent, not randomness. It obeys internal laws. It repeats, yet expands, like thought, like breath, like a song meant to be remembered by someone else. There are roots here, not just drawn on the page, but in the language itself. It carries the texture of something that came before our tongues fractured, before Babylon, before Latin, Sanskrit, or Sumer, a proto-language, or a memory from a civilization we have no name for. Even stranger are the diagrams. Some match no known plant, others seem anatomically correct, but belong to nothing that grows on this earth today. Were they once real, or are they yet to return? There are celestial wheels, star maps, naked women bathing in pools, connected by tube-like streams. A strange biology, part metaphysical, part symbolic, as if the body itself were being mapped by energy, not anatomy, or perhaps by memory, passed not by blood, but by vibration. Some pages suggest astronomy, others alchemy, still others the anatomy of spirit, not religious, but sacred, the kind of sacred we have forgotten how to name, and yet no one has decoded it, not cryptographers, not AI, not monks, linguists, or dreamers, because maybe it was never meant to be read by us. Maybe it wasn't written for us. Maybe it's a message in a bottle, sent across not oceans, but epochs, from one cycle to the next, from before the last fire to the edge of this one. Because what kind of civilization encodes its wisdom in unreadable books? One that knows it is about to disappear, one that understands. Stone can be shattered, temples can burn, but language, when disguised, can survive the flood. So they wrote it not in language, but in vibration, not to explain, but to echo, not for the scholars, but for the sensitives, the ones who remember in their bones. Because maybe, just maybe, it isn't meant to be translated. Maybe it's meant to be felt. And this changes the question from what does it mean to why was it hidden? Who hides a book no one can read? And why cloak it in mystery instead of clarity? Unless the mystery is the message, unless the act of searching is the initiation. There are theories, of course. Some say it's a lost herbal manual. Others, the fever dream of a forgotten monk. Still others point to Da Vinci, or aliens, or ancient priestesses. But what if the answer is older than all of them? What if it was written by a people who no longer exist, or rather exist only in our myths, the ones who built before the flood, who measured stars before telescopes, who healed with sound, who remembered the body not as flesh, but as vibration? They didn't write textbooks. They encoded harmonics. They didn't draw maps. They charted energy. And the Voynich manuscript, this impossible book, may be one of the last living fragments of that world. Unreadable, unburned, unbroken. A time capsule, not of data, but of knowing. A mirror held up to the present, waiting for someone who remembers enough to see through it. Because maybe it doesn't unlock with logic. Maybe it waits for resonance, for a voice, a mind, a moment in time that matches its frequency. And when that moment comes, it will no longer be a mystery. It will be a memory, not of the book, but of the world it came from, the one just beyond, the veil, the one we're still learning to hear. Because some books don't speak to the mind, they sing to the soul. And maybe that's why it survived, because fire can't burn what's encoded in light. Section 20. The forbidden dig sites. There are places on this earth where the ground has secrets, not because it lacks bones, or pottery, or stone, but because those who unearthed them quickly chose to bury them again. Not every discovery leads to revelation. Some lead to silence. Across the deserts of Egypt, the highlands of Turkey, the dense jungles of Central America, there are dig sites you will never read about, caves that were sealed as quickly as they were opened, passages erased from maps, artifacts boxed, vanished, or dismissed. They call them anomalies, outliers, misinterpretations, but their fingerprints remain in grainy photos, whispers from former archaeologists, fragments reported once and never mentioned again. The world remembers what it is allowed to remember, but beneath the sanctioned narratives, there are scars in the earth that tell a different story, a story we were never meant to know in Saqqara, Egypt. Beneath the sands, where dynasties rose and fell, a labyrinth was found, not metaphorical, literal. Vast halls, chambers carved in bedrock, described by Herodotus, dismissed by modern scholars, until explorers rediscovered the entrance. And then silence, sealed, restricted, declared too unstable for investigation. No public images, no excavation allowed. Why hide a structure larger than the Great Pyramid in the Sinai Peninsula? An excavation team reported the discovery of unusually advanced tools in layers dated far older than human civilization should allow. Their permit was revoked, their work confiscated. The site quietly REBURIED. The official record states nothing was found, but the desert keeps its memory, even if we refuse to read it. In Turkey, near Mount Ararat, satellite scans revealed a geometric anomaly beneath a plateau, square shapes, aligned corridors, too structured to be natural. The region was declared a military zone. Excavations halted. Locals spoke of ancient texts recovered, inscribed with a language that had no match. What kind of memory lies beneath a mountain guarded by governments? Further west, in Guatemala's jungles, LiDAR scans exposed an entire metropolis. Beneath the canopy, temples, highways, irrigation grids, more complex than any known Maya settlement. Yet the findings were minimized, explained away as unexpected population density. But density does not explain symmetry, nor precision, nor the astronomical alignment of temples with a sky from 12,000 years ago. Who built cities before the Maya? And why does their memory disturb us? Because these dig sites don't challenge history, they threaten it. They imply we are not the beginning, that we inherited the world not from chaos, but from silence. And silence has always been the most effective form of control. In Iraq, near ancient Sumer, a private team uncovered a ziggurat older than any on record, buried deep beneath a modern city. Its carvings did not match known cuneiform. Its steps were aligned not to stars, but to magnetic nodes. The military sealed the site. Officially, it was a sewer repair project. No records, no photos, no report, just one whisper. They found something they couldn't date, because dating something means placing it in a story. But some things belong to no story we have ever told. Why are so many anomalies hidden? Why is the default response not curiosity, but closure? Maybe because these ruins don't just challenge our past, they reframe our present. They suggest intelligence is not a linear path, that humanity rises and falls in cycles, each leaving behind a layer of mystery. just deep enough to be missed, just strange enough to be denied. We bury what we fear, and we fear what reminds us how much we've forgotten in South America. Workers digging near Lake Titicaca found monolithic stones, cut with laser-like precision, too large to move, too old to trace. When independent researchers arrived, the stones were gone, relocated, hidden, or erased in Egypt's western desert. Satellite scans reveal circular ruins beneath the sand, spirals, perfect geometries, not unlike the Richet structure. No excavation allowed, no mention in publications. It's as if the earth itself is censored, as if there's a map of places not to touch, not because they hold nothing, but because they hold too much mystery, too much power, too much memory. Because if we admit these anomalies are real, we must also admit our history is not. That the story we tell ourselves of primitive ancestors slowly evolving into modern man is a myth, a comfort, a veil. But the earth remembers. It remembers the ones who came before the flood, before empire, before language as we know it. And they were not simple. They carved stone like butter, mapped stars we didn't know existed, built monuments we still don't understand. And perhaps they left behind more than just temples. Perhaps beneath the ground, beneath these forbidden dig sites, are not just objects, but messages, clues, warnings, mirrors. Maybe they knew their world would fall. Maybe they knew ours would rise in forgetfulness. And so they buried what mattered, not to be hidden, but to be rediscovered by those who still remember how to listen. The question is not why these sites are forbidden. The question is, who made that decision, and what are they protecting? Because to keep something hidden, you must first know it exists. And if they know, then they fear what would happen if we knew. If we knew what lies beneath Giza, beneath the Andes, beneath our own feet. Not just ruins, but revelations. Not just history, but inheritance. And maybe that's what this is all about. Not archaeology, not science, not politics, but memory. The kind that cannot be allowed to rise. The kind that would wake something ancient in us. Because if we remembered who built those places, we might remember who we are, and then we would stop obeying. We would stop forgetting, and the story would begin again. Section 21. The wind that spoke across civilizations long before books, before alphabets, before the first chisel touched stone, there was the wind. It moved across mountains and deserts, through jungles and over oceans, whispering to those who remembered how to hear, not with ears, but with blood, with spirit, with breath. The ancients said the wind carried messages from the gods, that when it circled a mountain, it wasn't random. When it howled through a canyon, it wasn't noise. It was language, older than sound. In the Hopi tradition, the Kashinas descended from the sky, riding whirlwinds, cloaked in storm. They were not spirits of death, but bringers of knowledge, teachers of rhythm and time. They left no temples, but they left memory in the Vedic hymns. The Maruts, storm gods, traveled with Indra, wielding thunder and breath. They didn't merely command the weather, they spoke through it. Their songs were vibration. Their knowledge was wind-carried, a divine frequency, not written but felt. In the temples of Egypt, the priests of Amun spoke of the breath of Ra, an invisible current that moved through all life. To listen to it was to remember the first time Zeptepi, when the gods walked the earth, and truth still echoed in the air. And in ancient Sumer Enlil, the Lord of Wind, was more than a weather god. He was the divider of destinies, the keeper of sacred breath. When his voice stirred the reeds, scribes wrote new calendars. When his gusts moved across the plains, cities bowed in awe. These myths were not isolated. They came from opposite sides of the earth, from cultures that we are told never touched, and yet the themes are the same: sky beings, breath as spirit, language in the wind, coincidence or fracture. What if these are not separate myths, but fragments of a memory shattered by time, a global memory, broken along tectonic lines into pieces that drifted with continents and re-emerged in different tongues? Because what the ancients knew and what we have forgotten is that sound, wind, breath are not separate from consciousness. They are its vehicle. Words were once sacred, not because of their definitions, but because of their vibration. The wind was not weather, it was a carrier, a transmitter, and the most ancient temples were not built for shelter, but for resonance. Angkor Wat, aligned with planetary breath. Teotihuacan, designed as an acoustic map. The Great Pyramid, not a tomb, but a frequency. Chamber. They caught the wind, they shaped it, they spoke through it, and somewhere along the way, we stopped listening. What if our ancestors didn't invent language? What if they remembered it? Not the scripts we read today, but the vibrational code that precedes thought. A universal grammar, not of letters, but of waves. The Dogon of Mali spoke of Namo, an ancestral being who spoke through vibration and water. He didn't arrive by foot. He came in a vessel that spun through the sky like the wind. And in Australia, Aboriginal elders sang songlines, invisible tracks, through the earth, encoded with ancient stories. They say the wind knows these songs, that to walk them in silence is to hear the ancestors again. Across Polynesia, oral navigation was done not with maps, but with wind, wave, and chant. They could read the ocean's breath like scripture, and when they sang, the currents obeyed. Is this myth or memory? Science now tells us that wind carries particles, not just of air, but of bacteria, spores, even distant minerals. It transfers not just energy, but information. And what if, once it carried more? There are stones in Peru that hum when the wind hits them, carvings in Tibet that pulse when air moves across their spirals. In Malta, the hypogeum of chalcophyllene amplifies sound in impossible ways, as if tuned for something we no longer speak. Who were these builders that tuned stone to the breath of the planet? And what were they trying to preserve? Maybe the temples were not monuments to gods, but instruments, memory encoded not in books, but in space, in form, in flow. They weren't built to be read, they were built to be played, and the wind was the hand that struck the note. But when the floods came, when fire swept through forests, when civilizations crumbled, we stopped singing. We built walls instead of chambers, wrote laws instead of hymns, and buried the breath beneath concrete and steel. Yet in dreams, in echoes, in old songs sung by grandmothers at dusk, it returns, the feeling that the wind once spoke, and we understood it, not with ears, but with soul. And maybe that's why the myths all sound the same. Why sky beings appear across every forgotten tongue. Why gods arrive in storms, and messages come in breath. Because they are not stories. are instructions. Buried, scattered, nearly lost, but never fully erased. You cannot erase the wind. You can only stop listening, but it waits, it circles, it climbs mountains, it hums through ruins, and sometimes it finds someone who remembers someone, whose bones still vibrate with the old rhythm, whose blood still carries the ancient frequency. And in that moment, memory returns, not as knowledge, but as breath, not as fact, but as awakening, because maybe the gods didn't leave. Maybe they became the wind, and maybe we were never meant to worship them, but to sing with them. And if we ever remember the language of the wind, we may find that the myths were never separate, just scattered notes waiting to become a song again. Section 22. The mind of the ancients before machines, before numbers, before language calcified into logic. There was a different kind of mind, not less advanced, just different, quieter, vast. It did not dissect the world, it merged with it. It did not name the stars, it listened to them. This was not the analytical mind of modernity, but a symbolic consciousness, a mind of mirrors and myths, a mind that dreamed with the earth, not over it. We often call it primitive, but that word only reveals how much we've forgotten. Across the ancient world, something profound guided the hand of early humans, not technology as we define it, not digital intelligence, but resonance. They carved spirals, not because they looked beautiful, but because the spiral is a law, a memory embedded in shells, galaxies, whirlpools, and wombs. They built circles, stone, fire, water, not for art, but for echo. The ancients didn't measure time, they felt it there. Calendars were songs, their architecture, prayer. We dig up their cities and call them ruins. But we mistake silence for ignorance, because these were not merely cities, they were dream lenses, instruments for communion. In the symbolic mind, a tree was never just a tree. It was the axis between worlds. Its roots reached into death. Its branches stretched into the divine. A cave wasn't just a shelter. It was the womb of the earth, a place where one could die to the surface and be reborn through shadow. This wasn't metaphor. It was reality, felt from the inside out to the symbolic mind. A jaguar wasn't an animal, it was the night, a living embodiment of chaos, danger, and rebirth. To dream of a serpent was not random, it was instruction. Our ancestors didn't separate spirit from substance. They saw no boundary between mind and matter. They spoke in symbols, not because they were confused, but because symbol was the language of the world itself. Across cultures, across continents, the same archetypes emerged, not from conversation, but from resonance, the flood, the twin, the tree, the sun, the underworld. Why? Because these weren't ideas. They were psychic anchors, realities, in the inner world as consistent as gravity in the outer one. This ancient mind, this symbolic consciousness, was not concerned with control. It was concerned with alignment, and so they aligned. Temples to solstices, steps to stars, bloodlines to prophecy, breath to wind, stone to song. They moved in rhythms we've lost. Lunar time, sacred geometry, solar harmonics. They didn't build for utility, they built to remember. But remember what? Perhaps that all of this life, death, hunger, flame was not random, that the world was not a machine, but a dream. And they, its dreamers. But something changed at some invisible threshold in history. We turned. we stopped dreaming with the earth and began mining it. We replaced intuition with algorithm, ritual with calculation, myth with data, and in doing so, we lost the forest of the mind for the map of the brain. Yes, our tools sharpened, our towers rose, our language clarified, but our soul, it retreated, and now we call the ancient mind obsolete. We stare at petroglyphs and see nonsense. We read myths and dismiss them as allegory. We find temples and wonder, why no machines? But what if we are the ones who've gone blind? What if the ancients weren't less evolved, but attuned to something we can no longer sense? A field, a rhythm, a frequency that now sits just outside the reach of our logic. Consider this. A mother in Mesopotamia dreams of a serpent and wakes to plant barley under a waxing moon. A child in the Yucatan chants the names of stars in a tongue no one ever taught him. A priest in Karnak traces lines in sand, not knowing that they form the Fibonacci spiral. What guides them? Instinct or something deeper? Perhaps this symbolic mind was not subjective. Perhaps it was tuned, like a radio, receiving messages from the architecture of reality itself. And maybe that's why so many of their stories speak of stars, gods, floods, and fire. Because maybe symbolic consciousness wasn't storytelling. It was memory, encoded, disguised, protected in myth, not just for entertainment, but as time capsules, because they knew that one day the towers would fall, the songs would fade, and only the stories would survive. But now we read them with a broken lens. We translate gods into metaphors. We reduce temples to tombs. We cut myth into trivia, and still the dream stirs. Still something in us remembers. A shiver when we hear the conch shell. A silence when we step inside a stone circle. A dream we can't explain of spirals and sky and water. The mind of the ancients lives in us, buried but breathing. And when we meditate, when we fast, when we weep under the full moon, it stirs. A flicker, not a word, not an answer, but a knowing. And in that knowing, the symbols return. The tree, the serpent, the dream. And suddenly the world is alive again. Not just alive, but speaking. Not just speaking, but remembering. Not to the mind of data, but to the mind of rhythm, of resonance, of return. Maybe we didn't evolve past the ancients. Maybe we devolved from them. And maybe, just maybe, their symbols weren't warnings. They were invitations to remember the language that comes before language, to feel the meaning that never needed to be explained, to walk, once again, inside the dream. Section 23. The religion that preceded all religions, before temples had names, before prophets walked deserts and gods wore crowns. There was a breath that moved through all things, not a religion, a rhythm, not a doctrine, a dream. It spoke, not in commandments, but in symbols. It did not divide the world, it wove it. And though the names changed, Krishna, Christ, Quetzalcoatl, Isis, the echo remained. A serpent, a tree, a flood, a mother, the four signs, repeating, not by coincidence, but memory. This was the religion before all religions, the sacred breath that moved through the bones of the earth. Long before the first book was ever written, it did not need priests. It did not demand belief. It simply was, like the sun, like blood, like birth, across continents and epochs. Humanity remembered it the only way it knew how, through ritual, through fire, through rhythm, Through myth, we see its fingerprints in forgotten places, in Göbekli Tepe, where animals and celestial beings stand carved in silent stone, older than any known temple, older than agriculture, older than our history, dares to allow in the deep caves of Lascaux, where bowls and hands blur into dream, not decoration, but invocation, in the Indus Valley, where figures meditate in postures still practiced today, not innovation, but preservation. These were not isolated revelations. They were a global inheritance, a sacred system, once whole, now fractured into 1,000 faiths, all pointing to something older, wiser, forgotten. The serpent winds through them all. In Eden, it whispers to Eve. In Egypt, it crowns the brow of the Pharaoh. In Mesoamerica, it flies Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. In India, it coils at the base of the spine. Kundalini, the latent fire. Different names, same current. The tree stands beside it. The tree of life, the world tree, the Ashvatha, the Ceiba. Roots in the underworld, branches in the stars, a bridge between worlds. The flood drowns each story clean. Noah, Utnapishtim, Manu, Deucalion, a world reset by water, and then reborn. And always, always, the mother. The divine feminine, Namu, Isis, Shakti, Sophia, she who births gods, galaxies, and grain, not as subordinate, but as source. Together, these symbols formed a spiritual grammar. They weren't metaphors, they were maps. Maps for the soul, not of geography, but of transformation, birth, descent, death, rebirth, the journey written in stars and blood. And once, long ago, humanity walked that map together, before dogma, before empire, before the gods became jealous and the heavens became closed. This original religion was not about belief. It was about being to harvest with the moon, to bleed with the earth, to die before dying and return. But something shattered. The temples fell inward. The language of the soul was divided. Myths were claimed by tribes. Symbols were seized by systems. And the breath that once moved through, all was locked in books, chained to altars, and forgotten beneath conquest. What remained was divided, memory split like broken mirrors. In the West, the serpent became evil. The mother became silence. The tree became forbidden. The flood became punishment, but echoes still sing through the cracks. The cross is a tree, the Eucharist a blood rite, the veil an echo of the goddess, the church dome a forgotten womb, and the chants, even now, still mirror the breath of the ancients. We did not invent worship. We inherited it from hands that never wrote, from voices that never ruled, from hearts that never divided. What we call paganism was not chaos, it was coherence, where the divine did not reside in heaven, but in the river, the seed, the skull, the sky. This original religion needed no savior, because it saw the divine within. It knew that the journey was not up, but into darkness, into silence, into the womb of the earth, and back again. And now we stand at the edge, with cathedrals crumbling, faiths at war, and meaning diluted by noise. And something deep within us aches, not for new answers, but for old questions, not for more sermons, but for the symbols we buried beneath them. Long for the serpent, not as enemy, but as wisdom. For the tree, not as myth, but as axis. For the mother, not as maiden, but as mystery. We long for the flood, not as fear, but as the cleansing that lets something ancient return. Because maybe this first religion never ended. Maybe it was never defeated, only veiled, waiting for the moment we would tire of division, tire of fear, tire of forgetting, waiting for us to look inward again and remember the rhythm beneath all rhythms, the breath beneath all names, the serpent, the tree, the flood, the mother, still there, still singing, still ready to begin again. Section 24. The war that ended, memory before the silence. There was thunder, not from storms, but from weapons that should not have existed, not made of bronze or iron, but of light, of sound, of starfire. The myths remembered it differently. In the Mahabharata, celestial weapons turned men to ash. Eyes melted, earth cracked, the air itself caught fire. In Sumer, gods waged war with wind and flood. In Greece, titans were cast down from heaven. In Egypt, the eye of Ra unleashed judgment upon the world. And in Norse sagas, Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, ended with flames swallowing the sky. Across continents, across cultures, across millennia, a single pattern remained. The gods went to war, the sky turned red, and the world forgot. But what if these were not metaphors? What if the gods were not divine, but a different kind of being, advanced, ancient, terrestrial or not? And the wars they fought were not legend, but the final battle of a forgotten civilization. What if Eden did not end in temptation, but in fire? Not a fall from grace, but a descent into survival. We call it the Great Forgetting, the point where myth diverges from memory, where something global, something unified, shattered, and the pieces were buried, some in stone, some in song. In the double helix of blood, for centuries, scholars called them fantasies, doomed epics, cultural hallucinations. But then came the glass dot in India, strange green glass litters, ancient ruins, not volcanic, not man-made, but fused by heat hotter than any kill. In Iraq, Sumerian tablets speak of weapons that made the fish boil in the rivers and the unborn cry out from the womb. In the Sinai Peninsula, radioactive anomalies, circular scars in the earth with no known cause, and across deserts, from the Gobi to the Mojave, craters and shadows hint at impacts that never left a meteor. The earth remembers, even when we do not, and in her bones lie ruins we still cannot explain. Mohenjo-Daro, a city built with urban precision, plumbing and symmetry, abandoned in an instant. Bodies sprawled in the streets, as if frozen mid-flight. Sodom and Gomorrah, their destruction described as fire and brimstone falling from heaven, burning until nothing remained. In South America, legends speak of Viracocha, a god who came in peace only to witness the world destroyed in a blinding storm. These are not isolated tales. They are the embers of something older, something global, a civilization so advanced its fall became divine punishment, its scars became scripture. We've called it Atlantis, Lemuria, Zep-Tepi names, drifting through smoke and time. But names are distractions. What matters is what was lost, not just cities, but consciousness. The war did not just destroy structures, it fractured the human mind. Symbolic thinking gave way to fear. Harmony was replaced with hierarchy. The intuitive, spiritual, cosmic self was buried beneath rubble and rule. It was not just a war of fire, but of forgetting. They erased the past, systematically, ritually, with purpose. The temples that once aligned to stars were reoriented. The myths that once mapped the soul were rewritten. The tongue that once echoed the frequencies of nature silenced. In its place came gods of vengeance, chains of obedience, histories curated by victors who no longer remembered why they ruled. And yet something remained, a whisper in the dreams of prophets, in the hallucinations of mystics, in the near-death visions of those who returned with ancient words on their lips, a memory of a world before the fall, when man was not separate from the divine, when earth was not a prison but a temple. And if all myths carry a seed of truth, then perhaps this one was never a myth at all. Perhaps the angels who fell were the ones who survived. Perhaps the watchers, the shining ones, the gods of old, were us before the war, before the forgetting, before we chose dominion over harmony. It is possible we once touched the stars and fell, not because of hubris, but because of betrayal, a division among the keepers of knowledge, a split between those who guarded the flame and those who would use it for dominion. The war was not between man and God. It was between two visions of power, one that sought alignment and one that sought control, and the latter one for a time. But fire forgets nothing. It transforms, it does not erase. And now, as the cycle turns again, we stand in the ashes of their aftermath, with technology in our hands and emptiness in our hearts. We have built cities, but lost the map of the soul. We have conquered nature, but forgotten how to listen to her voice. We have decoded the atom, but not the ancient memory it contains. Because maybe, deep in our DNA, in those shadowy strands, even scientists call junk, the memory still waits of light, cities, of skyfire, of the day the world was burned to silence, a silence that still lingers, not in the sky, but in us. Section 25. The survivors after the storm. There were the ones who remained, not many, not loud, not crowned in gold or cloaked in power, but there, in the shadows of firelight, they whispered the memory forward. They were not kings. They were keepers of symbols, of frequencies, of stories written in patterns so old, even stone could remember them. And so they scattered across peaks, valleys, and forgotten islands, like seeds thrown across a barren field, hoping something would take root when the world was ready. To listen again, we see the traces in flashes in what was never fully erased. The Dogon of Mali, who somehow knew of Sirius B, a star invisible to the naked eye, long before telescopes were ever dreamed. The Hopi, whose migrations mirror the constellations, whose spiral symbols recall not just movement, but time folded in on itself. The Mbori, who speak of great canoes descending from the sky, and ancestors not born of earth, but of light in the Andes. They carved stones that hum when struck with the right note in India. The Vedas describe flying crafts, vimanas, with engines of mercury and sound. In Japan, Jomin pottery bears patterns that look like fingerprints of resonance, waves frozen in clay. Each culture alone is a mystery, but together they form a pattern, one too coherent to be coincidence, because they all speak of something that came before, something that fell, something that burned, and someone who survived, not to rebuild, but to preserve. They did not attempt to rise again as an empire. They did not seek thrones or monuments to themselves. Instead, they encoded memory in myth. They etched it into stone. They wove it into lullabies, rituals, calendars, and the quiet turning of sacred wheels. They knew what we would forget. They knew what time would bury. They knew how the hunger for control would silence the sacred dot. So they made the sacred unkillable, not invulnerable, but hidden in plain sight. They built temples that mirror the stars, because the stars cannot be burned. They wrote in symbols, because language can be broken. But symbols speak to the soul without translation. They passed down riddles, because riddles outlast tyranny, and still, we did not listen. We turned their warnings into bedtime stories. We called their memories myth. We called their wisdom primitive. We called their precision accidental. And yet the alignments remain. Angkor Wat, pointing to Draco, the dragon. Of the old pole, Teotihuacan, laid out like Orion's belt. The sky's silent key, Göbekli Tepe, 12,000 years old. Carved with celestial maps before the wheel, before agriculture, before what we call civilization even began. These are not anomalies, they are messages, left for us, the descendants of a great forgetting. The survivors were not just people, they were consciousness, fractured across bloodlines, waiting to reawaken when the world grew quiet enough to hear its own heartbeat again. Sometimes we find them not in ruins, but in ourselves, in a sudden knowing, a dream that feels older than your body, an instinct you can't explain, a symbol that stirs something buried beneath your language. They survived through us, because maybe we are not the beginning. Maybe we are the remembering. And if that is true, then perhaps the most sacred inheritance is not in ancient machines or sunken cities, but in the question, why did they try to warn us? What cycle did they see? What silence did they fear? Did they know that time loops and fire returns, that forgetting is never permanent, but always a test? Maybe they knew the pattern too well. Rise, hubris, destruction, survival, sleep, memory, rise again, and maybe, just maybe, this time was meant to be different. Not because of what we build, but because of what we finally choose to remember. They did not write books. They wrote vibrations. They did not leave instructions. They left invitations to remember the rhythm, to feel the grid, to hear the wind, to walk among stone and know it is speaking. And so we return, not to a beginning, but to a choice to remain in the forgetting. And what must never be lost again, because if we are their children, then we carry more than blood. We carry the burden of memory and the promise to awaken it. Section 26. The echo that still speaks there are places in this world where the silence hums, where stone breathes, not in motion, but in memory, where standing still feels like standing inside a thought older than language, older than light. Are not ruins. They are instruments, tuned not to time, but to resonance. Beneath the scaffolding of tourists and textbooks, the ground pulses with something waiting to be felt. It is in the subtle magnetism of Avabar. It is in the serpentine coils of Chauvin de Wanter. It is in the chambered breaths of Newgrange, where light speaks only once a year, and only to those who arrive before dawn. These were not passive monuments. They were active systems, conductors of frequency, recorders of celestial rhythm, places where sound became structure, and structure became prayer. What we call alignment with the solstice, with the equinox, with Orion, Sirius, the Pleiades, was not decorative. It was intentional, as if the ancients knew that the stars were not just light, but memory themselves. A map not only of space, but of when. We ask, what did they believe? But the better question is, what did they know? Why do the walls of Saqqara still resonate at precise frequencies? Why does the hypogeum of Malta amplify the male voice to 110 Hz, the same tone that induces altered states in the human brain? Why does every ancient site that endures seem to vibrate just slightly out of phase with modern time? Not broken, not silent, just waiting for someone who can hear. They say memory fades, but not when it is carved into frequency, not when it echoes. The Great Pyramid is not solid, it is tuned. Its king's chamber hums with a frequency that mirrors the Earth's pulse, a Schumann resonance, buried in stone before we even had the tools to measure it. At Tiwanaku, acoustic shadows leap from wall to wall, as if the air still carries voices from a forgotten tongue. In the temples of Angkor, the lotus-shaped towers collect wind and convert it into tones that once aligned with ceremonies of sunrise. It was not just architecture, it was atmosphere. It was memory stored in pressure and pitch, etched into the very structure of reality. Today, we call them sacred sites, as if reverence is enough. But reverence without listening is only silence with decoration. And the echoes are growing fainter, not because they are fading, but because we have stopped vibrating with them. The earth still sings, but we forgot the key. The ancients did not build for time. They built for continuity, for connection, not from stone to sky, but from soul to soul. They encoded memory, not in what can be read, but in what must be felt. We think history lives in books, but what if it lives in frequency, in the way a chamber hums when struck with a human breath? What if the story of Earth is not written in ink, but in tone? The ancient Chinese called it the music of the spheres. The Egyptians knew Mat, a harmony that governed both truth and vibration. The Vedic texts speak of Om, the primordial sound from which all emerged, and the Maya, they built pyramids that whistled back when you clapped beneath them. These aren't myths. They are instructions, echoes from a past that was not primitive, but precise. A world that understood that matter is not separate from spirit, that memory is not a thing we keep, but a field we tune to. And maybe the purpose of these places was never to last forever, but to resonate long enough for someone to return, to stand in the center of the circle, to speak the lost word, to listen to the echo and remember who we are, because even now, something stirs in the stone dot sensors. Placed inside ancient dolmens, detect energy shifts on equinox days. Geomagnetic anomalies cluster around places that our ancestors marked as sacred long before satellites ever noticed. And deep within the earth, ley lines hum with power that science calls coincidence and the ancients called life. Maybe this is what we've forgotten, that the world was never silent, only veiled, only mistuned. The survivors knew. The builders knew. The ones who sang to the stones knew. They left echoes not in case we forgot, but because they knew we would. So they built memory not in fragile scripts or brittle scrolls, but in places that would outlive empires. Places that would whisper to those with the ears to hear. And perhaps that's the great riddle of ancient civilization. Not how they built it, but why they built it to speak. And if it still speaks, even now, even softly, then the question is not whether we'll hear it. The question is, will we listen? Because every echo has a source. and every frequency a listener, and somewhere beneath all this stone, all this silence, all this sky, something ancient still waits to be remembered. It does not shout, it hums, it sings, it resonates through time, not for attention, but for attunement, and in that hum, if we are still enough, we may finally hear not the past, but the memory of what we were before the forgetting. Section 27. What if it was buried, not lost? There is a silence deeper than forgetting, a silence not of absence, but of something placed beneath, not lost, not erased, but buried, like a heartbeat muffled under centuries of noise, like a whisper sealed in stone. All through this world, the pattern is the same. The oldest truths end in fire, or flood, or soil. Libraries turned to ash, cities swallowed by ocean, ruins broken, swallowed, overwritten, again and again, a pattern too precise to be random, as if history did not merely collapse, but was collapsed, as if someone wanted silence. We ask why civilizations fall, why they disappear, but what if disappearance was the goal? Not because they failed, but because they remembered too much. There is a difference between forgetting and being made to forget. The myths are not subtle. Across continents, they echo the same sorrow. A golden age drowned, a tower shattered, a serpent cast down, a language shattered into tongues that no longer speak to each other. The fall, the flood, the fire. But what if these were not punishments, but cover stories? The victors did not just write history, they buried it under temples repurposed, under calendars redrawn, under layers of language where the symbols no longer match the meanings. We call it mythology. They called it memory. And what if those memories still linger, not in our conscious minds, but in the deep recesses of blood and bone? Why do the old stories stir something ancient in us? Why does the sound of a conch shell, the scent of old incense, the rhythm of a drum feel like déjà vu? Why do we feel homesick for places we've never seen? We inherited ruins, yes, but also echoes, and in those echoes, a pattern. Atlantean floods, Vedantic yugas, Egyptian Zep-Tepi, Mayan suns, rising and falling. Each cycle begins in light, each ends in forgetting, not always through disaster, sometimes through design. Because to control a people's future, you do not need to conquer their bodies. You only need to blind their memory, strip them of their myths, call their wisdom superstition, rename their gods, rewrite their stars, and they will forget what they once were. They will kneel where they once stood. They will build towers and call them progress without knowing they are rebuilding what they once had, with duller tools and dimmer dreams. But the ancestors knew this would happen. That is why they built in stone, why they aligned to the stars, why they buried messages in vibration and myth, not to be understood in their time, but in a time to come, a time like now, when the silence would become unbearable, when the forgetting would feel like a wound, when a few would begin to remember not facts, but feeling, not data, but longing, the longing that says, there was something before this, the ache that says, I came from more than this, the knowing that says, I was not meant to live in amnesia. So here we stand, at the edge of our own forgetting, surrounded by ruins that still breathe, stories that still whisper. What if we're not discovering them, but being called by them? What if the dig sites we open, the books we decode, the frequencies we rediscover are not random, What if the earth itself is trying to wake us? The alignments, the symbols, the floods and fires and echoes, they are not relics, they are reminders, and the final reminder may be this: we were not the first, and we will not be the last, but we may be the first to remember again, the first to see that history moves not in lines, but in spirals, that memory is not something we keep, but something that keeps us, and perhaps the reason it was buried was not just to hide it from us, but to preserve it for us, because what is buried can be protected, can wait, and when we are ready, when the silence cracks, when the wind stirs just right, memory will rise again, not in textbooks, not in screens, but in the quiet knowing of a people who finally remember what they were made to forget. Not everything that vanishes is lost. Some things are waiting. Some things are buried on purpose, not to be hidden, but to be found again by those with the ears to hear and the hearts to feel, because memory, true memory, never dies. It only waits, and maybe, just maybe, this time we are ready to listen. Section 28. We are the ruins. We search through dust for answers. Through broken stairways and shattered altars, we whisper questions into the dark. But what if the ruins we seek are not just beneath our feet? What if we are the ruins, not merely the descendants of greatness, but its scattered remnants, its fractured bones, its fading memory? We are not after a lost civilization. We are what remains of one, the stones of Tiwanaku, the silent corridors of Dorinkyu, the drowned streets of Dwarka. They are not separate from us. They are us. We are the forgotten city, learning to walk again. We are the buried code, trying to speak. There was a time when we remembered, when the sky was more than a canvas of stars, it was scripture. When every mountain had meaning, when language was sacred geometry, when time moved like breath, inhaled in creation, exhaled in destruction. Now we call it myth, because memory, without proof, is a threat, but deep in our blood, the myths still burn. The divine tree, the great serpent, the sky gods, the flood. We are not told these stories. We are born with them. They rise in dreams. They echo in rhythm. They hum beneath architecture, etched in bone and song. Our temples may be gone, but our longing is intact. A longing no machine can quiet, no textbook can erase. A longing that says, I was more than this once. It is not nostalgia. It is grief, not for childhood, but for civilization itself. For a time when spirit and science were not at war, when wisdom was not outsourced, when divinity walked barefoot through forests of memory. We have paved over Eden, flooded Atlantis with screens, turned oracles into algorithms, replaced the sacred with the synthetic, and still we are not whole, because no empire, no matter how digital, how modern, how steel-bound, can silence the bones. The bones remember, the soul remembers. The wind carries whispers of a time before forgetting, and sometimes, when the noise fades, we hear them in the silence between cities, in the shadow of pyramids, in the stillness of ancient symbols carved into stone by hands that may have once been ours. What if this is not progress, but amnesia, not evolution, but exile? What if we were never meant to start from scratch? What if we've done this before, built, fallen, forgotten, buried, risen, over and over, a cycle of light, then ash, fire, then silence, and always something survives, a tablet, a stone, a melody, a story, or a feeling, strange and familiar, that we are not from here, but returning. We do not evolve toward the stars. We spiral back to them, carrying echoes, carrying grief, carrying questions we do not yet know how to ask. We are not the beginning. We are what survived the end, the glyph that didn't weather away, the spark that leaped from ruin to ruin, the child born after the flood, still dreaming of fire in the sky. So we build again, we reach again, we stare at constellations, wondering why they feel like home. Because somewhere within us, the memory still stirs of towers that touched the firmament, of knowledge that moved mountains, of harmony between earth and cosmos, flesh and soul, man and God. This is not imagination. This is inheritance. What is myth but memory speaking in metaphor? What is longing but the soul recognizing what the mind has forgotten? We are the ruins, but we are also the key. The broken statue still bears a face. The shattered text still sings a song. And maybe, the fire wasn't just destruction. Maybe it was ritual, a sacrifice of memory, so that it might return when the world was ready. Maybe we are that return. Maybe this forgetting was never punishment, but preparation. And maybe, just maybe, we are not here to remember history. We are here to finish it, to build again. Not in stone, but in spirit. Not to recreate the old age, but to honor it by transcending it. To take what was sacred and make it living. To lift the ruins, not just with machines, but with meaning. To walk once more in the footprints of giants. Not to worship them, but to join them, because the gods were never apart from us. They were us before forgetting, before the fall, before the flame, before time became cage instead of compass. We are not the aftermath. We are the continuation, the last breath of a drowned world, becoming the first breath of one reborn. We are the echo and the voice. We are the cracked vessel and the wine dot. We are the forgotten name, learning to speak itself again. And so we end, not with answers, but with reverence, not with truth, but with trust, that beneath the silence, the memory waits, that inside the ruin, the soul remains. And within us all, the ancient still breathes. We are the ruins, but we are not broken. We are waiting to remember, and the remembering has already begun.